All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Wednesday, August 28th, Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission meeting. To go over the rules of the meeting, I'm going to turn it over to Will.
My name is Will Mansfield, planner, and I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting. We will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you're not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Chair DeVere.
Thanks, Will. Jeff, do we have any written communication from the public?
All communication that was received by the deadline was included as part of your packet.
Thank you. Any communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
Okay. Any waiver requests made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
Okay. Commissioners, any disclosure of ex parte communications?
No, but I do have a question about that.
Sure.
So it's kind of brought to our attention that this is a legislative function, and so some people were just kind of questioning about about ex parte disclosures and whatnot. And I think I asked when we first started talking about this many months ago about when to disclose all of our ex parte and
Sure.
stuff like that. And I think now that we're getting to certain topics, it makes sense if you talk to someone about this topic. But I think my plan had kind of been to, before we take the vote on September 5th, to do ex parte disclosures. And I just wanted to raise that. I'm not sure we have to talk about it tonight, but I do think there's some question about making sure that we do the appropriate ex parte disclosures at the appropriate time.
I always advise that if you want to do ex parte as the item is on the agenda for discussion, that is perfectly fine. And if you want to save it up and then also declare ex parte again when you're hearing the item at a formal setting, like the vote session, that's perfectly fine too. So it's better to overshare that than undershare.
And that applies to legislative functions as well.
We always advise you to in that instance, just so that all information, the commissioners have the same information as you're doing the deliberations, regardless if it is legislative or quasi-judicial, just so everybody has the same information, has the same knowledge, and has the same discussion points if that is a point. So we always just advise on both.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Randy's listening if we have questions. Is that correct? Maybe? No.
I don't believe Randy has joined us this evening.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Can't really see that far across the room at this point.
All right, and this, any general opening it up for any public comment that isn't on tonight's agenda. Tonight, we're going to be talking about updates to the Land Development Code. Is there anybody in the room or online that wants to talk about something other than Land Development Code? Okay, hearing nothing, I'm just going to go over the plan for tonight.
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, go ahead.
A declaration of abstentions from specific items. Did any commissioners want to declare any abstentions?
I didn't see any. Is there any abstentions? I don't know if I asked that question, so.
Just wanted to.
Looks like none.
Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks, Jeff. So for tonight, we want the public to be able to express what you've come here to express. You each have 3 minutes. We'll open it up for public comment. Soon after we hear from Elizabeth, please tell us your name, tell us why you're here. After public comment is closed, we'll try to get everybody's, we will get everybody's thoughts heard. We'll bring it back to the committee and we'll discuss any open items that we may have. So that's how we're going to proceed. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, and Elizabeth, are you here?
I am.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's always good to see you and hear from you.
Good to see you.
So before we get into the meat of the agenda, I was wondering, are there any updates you have for us from Monday? Anything that we either left, that you've kind of come back to us for more information on, or anything like that? And then I'll let you just give your general update, and then we'll turn it over to public comment.
Okay. So on Monday, the Planning Commission spent some time getting into one of the exceptions. Let me pull that up. I gave it some more thought. This was the drive a truck through it exception to density. Everyone will recall that one. And so I think a clarification on this particular exception. So this is section 20-303 sub B sub 2. And the exception reads, as drafted, a detached dwelling is permitted in lieu of a 2-unit or attached dwelling in R1 and R2 zoning districts, even when the minimum density requirements will not be met. I think that the intent here would be better reflected if it stated that the applicant would need to maximize the number of lots permitted in the district. And then on that number of lots, you could do the single unit dwelling. So the goal isn't to say if you have a 15,000 square foot lot in an R2 district, you can put one house on it. The goal is to say you need to make it into 2 lots if that's what the math is for density, but each of those lots can have a single family unit on it. So it's slightly different. It still doesn't get to the conversation that Planning Commission was having, but I do think that that would be part of the clarification if this section stayed in.
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anything else?
I don't think so at the moment. I have received some further questions about density calculation, and I have some additional slides to share when that conversation comes up. I do actually have also a zoning map question for Planning Commission. Let me pull that slide up so we can flag it early, and then we can come back to it when you're ready for it. Okay, so the 2 questions that I have flagged for the Planning Commission for this evening, in addition to anything that you bring up, obviously. Let me share this slide. Alrighty. Okay, same presentation as Monday, but I'm just going to go ahead. I've added the current use table and the current dimensional standards in case we are going to have discussions about density. So I've added a slide about calculating density. This was a question that's come up to show that even once we get down to the number of lots, the net number of lots, we are still subtracting part of the parcel to get to the buildable area. And you'll see in a second why this matters. So we take the net lot and we take out the required setbacks. So those are shown in this picture as the front and side yard setbacks and the rear yard setbacks. For some types of residential development, we take out additional spaces for parking. So that's particularly going to be for multi-unit development. We take out any required private open space also, sometimes for multi-units. So we're shrinking the lot here, and in doing that, taking away buildable area. And then for each lot, there is a maximum lot coverage. And so we take out that part of the lot that isn't included in the maximum lot coverage to get to buildable area. So this is just part of our conversation about if I have a lot, am I going to be able to put 2 units on it or put 3 units on it? And in many cases, the math is such that an existing lot that meets roughly what the current minimum lot sizes are, particularly when we do the RS7 and RS5 combination. I think that in my earlier math, I calculated that someone is going to have to get to about a 12,000 square foot lot to be able to put 2 units on it. So just in talking about that sort of conversation around, are we going to end up with a whole lot of new development not likely where the lots are already smaller. There is an opportunity in combining the RS 40 and 20 into RS 10, where those are just done in even increments, that these larger lots could be further subdivided into smaller lots. But if you all remember, the amount of property currently zoned RS 40 and RS 20 in the city is pretty minuscule. So that could happen in a few places. So, oops. So just thinking about the outcome here, the question to the Planning Commission for consideration this evening. So if on a lot, like I just showed you, the total area eliminated by items 1 through 4, so the parking and the open space and the setbacks, results in development that's going to be below the minimum density requirement, should a lot like that be exempted from the minimum density requirement, but asked to provide as many units as possible? Or number one is we just go with what we've got on the ground. We are going to apply all of our standards. If it takes us out of additional density, so be it. That's how the code is written. Or should the land development code provide for adjustments or waivers as needed to those setbacks or the parking to allow the lots to be developed to the minimum density for the district? So that's the first question, two-part question. And then the second question for Planning Commission. And when we talk about the zoning map, which we looked at the residential aspects of it last Monday, the existing districts will be converted in the way that we've shown in the yellow table here. So RS 40, 20, and 10 will all be converted to R1. RS 7 and 5 be converted to R2. It's going to be a straight conversion, not looking at the size of the underlying lots, going with the zoning that's on them right now. Should the Planning Commission recommend a grace period following adoption of the new code and the new map for property owners to be able to come in and request corrections in those instances where the new map has mistakes? We have been combing the map. We are trying to minimize mistakes. Realistically, it's likely that there will be one or two situations where the conversion didn't take something into account or we mismapped something. This is not intended to allow rezonings. So if somebody is R2 now and they'd like to be R1, so if they're RS7 or RS5 and they want to go to R1, that will require a formal rezoning process like everything else in the city. And those property owners are welcome to start the process at any point they want to. But for the straight map conversion, we wanted to get your feedback, potentially a recommendation about whether to allow time for property owners to consult with the map and come in and chat with staff about it. So that was anything new for this evening, and I can bring it back up to the extent the Planning Commission's questions raise any issues I've got on a slide.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And I'm going to go to the commission to see, I think Commissioner Eldridge had a question, and then if anybody else has a question regarding what Elizabeth brought up, this would be the time, but I don't want us to go into anything else until the public have had a chance to comment. So if it's related to what she talked about,
It
please.
is. I did. Elizabeth, I just had a question about whether the language of the exception was going to stay in this draft or not. I think you used the phrase, if it stays in, and I'm not quite sure what we're working with here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Eldridge. So just in my take on it from Monday, there was some discussion across the Planning Commission about whether that was an appropriate exemption. And so I am waiting to get guidance from you about whether or not it stays in as is or as corrected. And so if we do that this evening, great. And if not, I'll just remind everybody that we need to make a call on it at some point in time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? Okay, if not, we're going to have the commission will have a chance after public comment to continue our conversation from Monday. We're opening it up for public comment. Who would like to start us off? Please tell us your name and tell us what your concern is. I'm sorry, I think, yeah. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, you okay?
Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown. I serve on the board of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. First, LPA offers our thanks to all the community members, staff, and consultants who have worked so hard to create this revision to the Land Development Code. We're now at that point in time where members of our community are taking this draft out for test drives to determine how it might perform in areas that are important to them. What happens in various scenarios, and are there unintended consequences hitching a ride on our desired outcomes? One scenario out there that Lawrence Preservation Alliance is paying attention to is worrisome if it can't be shown to be unfounded. It's been presented particularly by University Place neighborhood, but we believe any older neighborhood should be paying attention to this point. To date, we believe it has not been properly addressed, and to that end, we are asking the consultant to discuss this scenario tonight and hoping that commissioners will also include it in your commission discussion later. If a property investor in an older established neighborhood has one or multiple old house properties in any condition that are not listed currently on historic registers and are being used as whole house rentals under the current code, what provision or provisions in the draft LDC limits the right of that owner to apply for demolition permits and file redevelopment plans to build 5 two-a-side duplexes with 2 parking spaces and collect rent from 10 occupants instead of 4 or 5? We're not disputing infill actions here. We're talking about, is this code incentivizing redevelopment of existing neighborhoods that currently have a large percentage of rental use? Is University Place, in relation to this draft code, essentially sitting in the same place as the Oriad neighborhood was years ago when it got upzoned to RM32? This is a scary thought to LPA, and we're hoping to be convinced that this scenario is not likely. But we do need to be convinced, or see the steering committee working to address mitigations for it for the Preservation Alliance to support this draft code. I have to be at home pretty soon. I may not be able to stay for the discussion, but I want you to know if I do go home, I'm going to tune in and watch. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mandy Enfield, I'm going to read what I have really fast, and then I have a hard copy to hand you guys because the 3-minute limit doesn't really let me say what I need to say. Thinking about my personal lot, the calculations allow me for 2 dwelling units, but that doesn't include an ADU. What about the affordable housing density bonus? How many people can I cram onto my lot? Ignore any potential it depends variables. Assume that the calculation for buildable space is accurate. The issue is not how many dwelling units are on a lot primarily. It is the number of people who are allowed to reside on that lot. How many people would be acceptable to live on a lot in a neighborhood that previously didn't allow for ADUs, additional dwelling units, or even duplexes? Is it in keeping with the character of the neighborhood to go from a maximum of 4 unrelated people to maybe 15? The questions about ADUs in Monday's meeting were a total plot twist and a major item for University Place. It was not clear in the agenda that these types of decisions around density and occupancy were on the table. Additionally, the conversation regarding occupancy for ADUs began as a per unit and switched to a per bedroom without the understanding of the full commission. Being late in the meeting, convoluted and hurried through, I do not think it was an adequate conversation for such an important decision. What is the maximum occupancy for an ADU now? Is it 5 plus 1, or is it primary dwelling plus 2 per bedroom? So 5 plus however many bedrooms can be carved out of a basement? Could it be 3-bedroom ADU, so 11 total people in one house, up from our current limit of 4 unrelated? What happens when the owner moves and it becomes a 2-unit property? That's part of the code. When the primary owner moves, then it switches to something. What is the occupancy then? What are the mechanisms to enforce the occupancy limits? Why wouldn't an ADU count towards density, especially knowing that it can easily become a second dwelling unit if the primary dwelling isn't owner occupied? Why is a duplex considered a single unit for density? It is deceptive, especially when we have all these weird scenarios where 2 units can be a detached duplex or an ADU can become a second unit of a duplex, etc. What are the real density and occupancy opportunities in R2? It seems very opaque even for someone who has spent such an unreasonable amount of time trying to understand this specific aspect of the code. Density calculations and allowances in the new code have become a shell game that benefits landlords by creating occupancy loopholes. The rental income comes from the number of individuals on the property. Density is only important to University Place because it dictates the occupancy options. There is no question that University Place is a prime target for property investors. And we talked about, I think in the July 26th meeting, that there will be no waivers, no administrative adjustments, no variances for density. It rounds down, no exceptions. Now, it was supposed to be codified after the July 22nd meeting, or July 26th.
And you're at 3.
That was said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, Scott Robinson, 4210 Nicholas Drive. I'm going to read this so I can get in 3 minutes, so please pardon my no eye contact. As you may know, I'm the president of the Alvamar Neighborhood Association, made up of over 1,100 homes. And I have stood before you at previous meetings on behalf of the Neighborhood Association to express our concerns regarding the downzoning from RS7 to R2 in our neighborhood, and specifically the current open space that makes up the Alvamar 9, which, as you know, is currently an abandoned golf course suffering from significant erosion and flooding due to the stripping of extensive areas of zoysia sod and other various matters of neglect of the area. And to be clear, the Alvamar Neighborhood Association is still very concerned about this issue and its impact on our neighborhood and its property values, as we have seen no movement on the part of the consultant or steering to address this. But that is not my primary reason for speaking tonight. I'm here to address the need to maintain the diversity of housing as it pertains to the city of Lawrence. You see, for the past 30 years, as the president of Lawrence Emergency Medicine Associates, I've had the pleasure of recruiting physicians of all disciplines to Lawrence, but more specifically, emergency medicine physicians to my practice in the emergency department at LMH. You should know that to be a partner in my group, you are required to live in Lawrence. For me to be competitive with other communities for the best physicians, I depend on a safe community, great schools, cultural diversity, and often most significantly, a solid selection of housing options for those physicians' families who have just lived through 4 years of college, 4 years of med school, 4 years of residency, and are now looking at their first good paying job. When I drive them through Old West Lawrence, Alvamar, Foxfire, Fall Creek, and the many other diverse and beautiful areas to live in Lawrence, you can see the excitement in their families' eyes. The new proposed LDC has many unintended consequences that are not positive. Don't make the removal of the RS10, R1 zoning one more of them. To be clear, the citizens of Lawrence do not want their physicians to be living in Overland Park and commuting to Lawrence to practice medicine because the housing options are not available in Lawrence. Finally, the off-street parking requirements have seen some give on the part of the consultant. I will tell you it's not enough. If you've driven around town the past several days, you will have noticed the significant increase in traffic as KU has gone back in session. These cars need parking spaces, and if they clog up the streets, the downstream consequences of restricted access become dire. Please get input from Lawrence, Douglas County Fire and Medical, and other agencies. If we can't get our EMS or fire crews to your door and get them turned around to rush to my hospital, well, you know the rest of the story. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Francisco. I want to thank all of you. Everyone seems to have approached this task with the best of intentions, yet a balancing act is always difficult. We need to consider equity and inclusion. That may mean we all need to share the limitations as well as the benefits. Thank you for questioning whether new R1 zoning should be required to have minimum density requirements. Minimum and maximum density will apply to the new R4 zoning that is much of the Oread neighborhood. These were houses much like the ones in Old West Lawrence. It's in a historic district and there's an overlay. Are we sending an appropriate message when we say so much of this neighborhood should be zoned R4? I agree that the Historic Resources Commission should be asked to comment on these proposals, and with the concern that just as Oread experienced, these new standards create incentives to scrape and rebuild. The property owners that are out of town will not be affected by, in the same way by these decisions. And we can't leave it up to banks to monitor appropriateness. The concern for many families looking to purchase a house is that investors can offer cash. Cash comes with no stipulations. Some comments by page number 97. Congregate living makes specific references to a compliant trash receptacle area. There are other references to waste diversion enclosures. Interestingly enough, if an alley is served by trash dumpsters, currently what happens in much of Oread, there is no requirement for a property to accommodate dumpsters. As you increase the number of residents from 4 to 5, there will likely be more pressure to ask the city to remove existing dumpsters to create additional parking spaces. It is absurd to not accommodate trash collection for rental properties, and neither this code nor the sanitation code makes that requirement. On page 102, it would seem that a bed and breakfast establishment designated as a historic site should not have to meet the requirement to be adjacent or within a quarter mile of an arterial or collector street. And then I agree that there's some confusion about accessory dwelling units, letting 2 units be on a corner lot. With your vote on Monday saying that an ADU can have 2 occupants per bedroom, are we allowing more occupants in the ADU, 3 bedrooms than 6, than in the principal building? And I'll give my other comments at our next meeting of the Land Development Code. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Odessa Shorter Hardy, and I'm a long-time resident of East Lawrence. And my concern, or what I would like to accomplish by hearing what your plans are for the use in East Lawrence, is that I want to age in place in East Lawrence. I want to stay in my home or stay on my property in East Lawrence, and to accommodate that, to do that, I would need to put another unit on my lot in order to age in place in that unit. And then I would rent my primary unit out to someone else that would help support me in that unit. And I'm not asking for, and I'm not in a historic circle. I'm not in that area. And I was at the Planning Commission, at the Planning Department today, and we kind of looked over that, and it was really kind of unclear as to what I could expect or what I could put in that area as it stands right now. So I was told that I should come here to this meeting tonight, and it's getting as clear as mud. I mean, it's like there doesn't seem to be any clear-cut answers yet, which I hope there will be some in the future, because I would like to stay on my property. I would like to have another family stay in my house. I would like to reap the benefit of renting that house out to other people that would need a house that size. I could stay in the backyard in a 1-bedroom house, which would not take up more than half of my property, nor would it, add to congestion or anything. And the fact that I'm on an alleyway, there's some setback things that I'm exempt from. So as a responsible owner, wanting to put a responsible second dwelling on my space, I think that is what I'm asking for, and asking for it in such a way where today, as it stands right now, I could not have a kitchen in that unit. I couldn't have certain things in that unit that would make it comfortable for me to live in. So it would be impossible for me to do that. And I don't want to do anything underhanded or sneaky and, I don't want to do that. I want to do it legally. I want to do it one time. I don't want to have to come back and retrofit anything. I want to just do it one time, live in it, and just have another family live in my house. I don't want 6 college students in the house. I want a family in the house because that's kind of the neighborhood I grew up in. This is the way it looked when I was a kid, and I'd like to retain that to some degree if I could. So that's my statement for tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Buford. I'm the Executive Director of Tenants to Homeowners, and I had the privilege of participating in the steering committee on the new development code, so we've had a lot of great conversations. And I want to let you know that I fully support the minimum density in the R2 district, and I want to remove the exception. And so let's do a little math, because this is one thing we haven't done yet. So 1 acre is 43,560 square feet. If we divide that by 4, that's 10,890 square feet per unit to get to 4 units per acre, the minimum density. Now, I know that doesn't take out any required street or things. Even if we look at 20%, which is the average of kind of set-aside land in a development, that still allows for 8,712 feet for each of those 4 units. So this idea that we can't possibly meet this density is a little ridiculous to me. That's bigger than RS5 at 5,000 square feet, which we know not all RS5 is 5,000, but 5 to 7,000 is what we're talking about, that district going to R2. And a density minimum of 4 units per acre is actually often comes out more square footage per unit than 5 to 7,000 square feet. So unless we have a really weird situation where half of the buildable area can't be built on, which again, we have some exceptions to that in the new code, don't we? So why would we only, the only way we would not meet 4 units per acre is if we wanted to build 3 units at 14,520 square feet each. Why wouldn't we use RS1? I just don't understand this idea of us not having the option to do that. I do support having RS1. I think it would help us shift. We're not used to some of this, and there's going to be a learning curve. So when you guys talked Monday, it was a great discussion about we don't want to force things. Here's my argument for why we need to really think about density. We can't afford to waste land anymore, and that's what our current development code for 10 plus years has done, and that has stopped the forces, market forces, that would allow us to create supply for the incomes that we have in this community. So we've actually stopped that with this very conservative current development code. And I think what we really need to look at is that that force is a correction of the market forces that we absolutely need yesterday. So looking at our community cannot afford our Champaign current code. We unfortunately are much more on a beer budget. And those are the people that those are the people that I see every day. So I want you to really think about that. Our new development code, we built 7 little single-family houses.
You're at 3 minutes.
And we were able to do that, and they were sold before we finished. So I don't think there'll be a problem with demand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Phil Englehart. Couple quick ones, try to stay under 3 minutes. On Monday, my wife and Haley Bruns from Old West Lawrence presented Land's unanimous perspective on minimum parking requirements for residential infill and redevelopment, and said one off-street parking place per dwelling unit is unacceptable. There was an alternative provided. You all can look back at the notes. I'd like to hear, I'm looking forward to hearing your conversation about that topic. Second thing, a couple weeks ago, I sent you all an email considering the concept of due notice for residential infill and redevelopment. I don't know how many of you saw it, how many of you went through the torturous crap that was in there, but what I'm really talking about is timing and extent of public notice for, for densification projects, not for pulling a plumbing permit or something like that, densification projects, okay? Shorthand argument here. Think 3 actors, okay? You've got your developer entrepreneur, highest priority is return on investment. Makes sense. You've got the city as the second actor, fiscal concerns, level of service concerns, they're actor number 2. Actor number 3 are the potentially affected neighbors. In many cases, the majority of their equity is at stake in that residence. Right? I mean, I think we can agree with that. I hope so, anyhow. As it currently sets right now, the Land Development Code only provides notice to actors 1 and 2. No notice to actor 3. Those potentially affected residents who have an equity stake. I could go on for hours, but basically, economically, what you're doing is privileging 2 actors to the detriment of the third. That's poor practice for local government. It breeds cynicism in local government's abilities to function, people's perception of how local government treats them, okay? If you don't have the information and the other actors have it, you can't make a rational economic decision and say, hey, I'm going to move. I don't like this. I'm going to move, or I'm going to stay, because you don't have the information till after it's already done. I don't think that's an appropriate approach. I believe that you all should consider explicit notice for affected neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Will, is there anybody? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Samuel Carter. 2 issues are important to me: housing affordability and safe streets. Housing affordability, because I had to leave my hometown when they couldn't pass their land development code reform. And safe streets, because I'm the father of 2 young girls, and I know that cars are the leading cause of preventable deaths for children. Minimum parking requirements in any amount contribute to both of these issues. They make houses less affordable, and they make streets less safe. I'm going to talk about housing affordability first. Conservative estimates put the cost of off-street parking for single-family homes at least $5,000 per parking space. This is effectively a minimum $5,000 tax on new housing. Additionally, minimum parking requirements mean that more affordable forms of development are simply unfeasible due to lot constraints. Relative to wages, and I'm sure a lot of you know this, Lawrence is the least affordable housing market in Kansas, and our homelessness crisis is exacerbated by high housing costs. So frankly, when I heard the consultant say the steering committee was concerned that eliminating parking requirements may result in an oversupply of housing, and that even the new parking requirements may impact meeting density goals, honestly, it made me incredulous. If you want more affordable housing in Lawrence, we need to eliminate all parking requirements. And I'm going to talk about safe streets. By mandating minimum parking requirements, you're also eliminating urban forms that allow less car dependency. Even with the current proposed code, you will never have triplexes, for example, that don't cost exorbitant amounts of money because of the amount of space required for parking. The proposed code chooses cars over people, and this makes our streets less safe. Donald Shoup, the author of The High Cost of Free Parking, wrote that off-street parking requirements are a fertility drug for cars. Building more parking encourages more car use. This puts more cars on the road and makes our streets less safe. But communities across the country, just like Lawrence, have eliminated their parking mandates. Places like Ann Arbor, Michigan, South Bend, Duluth, Minnesota, Longmont, Colorado, Jackson, Tennessee, and many of these places have eliminated parking mandates in conjunction with reforming their land development code. In these and other communities, you simply do not see the doomsday spillover effects described by some people in our community. Most builders still respond to market demands. Most new housing still has off-street parking. Many lenders require off-street parking, and Lawrence is a relatively slow-growing market. But what you do by limiting parking requirements is allow the possibility for a better future, a future in which we're not shackled to car dependency with safer streets, more vibrant community, and more resilient neighborhoods. On the other hand, if the Commission maintains parking mandates in any amount, then I think it'll signal two things. One, the convenience of car parking is more valuable than the safety of children on our streets, and two, that the Commission values housing for cars over housing for people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Will, is there anybody online that you can?
It looks like there's a couple people online. Melinda Ball.
Okay, let's go with Melinda. Melinda, please go ahead.
Hello. I didn't have anything pre-written, a lot of irons in the fire this week, but I'm going to wing it. I noticed that the current draft online has the non-historic adaptable reuse still under construction. And I'd like to just really emphasize, I think that section could be really beneficial on addressing and adding maybe some additional incentives to help encourage non-historic adaptable reuse, particularly in like commercial areas, retail areas that we know to some extent aren't as lively or in demand as maybe they once were. And so sections in town where high vacancy rates are still going could benefit from reuse and changing that into kind of a mixed use or some type of unique residential development, redevelopment. I think that would be really key. And adding additional incentives to help encourage that. I'm sure it's not the most favorable option for developers, but sweetening the deal could be beneficial. I go around in other communities and see regions of the town that are that have lots of vacancies. It's quite an eyesore, and Lawrence has it too. We certainly do, especially in the main corridors. There's sections of those that still have vacancies for many years. And it would address, just like has been said already, it could help with less cars. You're already in, like, you're near a grocer and this kind of thing, adding that walkable neighborhoods kind of already built in. The infrastructure's already built in. I feel like there's a lot of benefits in considering this aspect. Larger communities and cities do that now with, office buildings, is an easy example. They look at moving those into maybe apartments or condos or whatnot. So just bringing that to attention, again, as a member of the Save the Wakarusa River Valley, it's a concern of ours, encroaching on flood areas, special flood zones, and this would help, curb that to an extent and hopefully prevent it entirely. And it would address the goal of infill development. So it's already in place. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that William? William, can you go next? William Steele, is that right?
Yes. Hang on. Just let me try to get my video going here. For some reason, I'm having a difficult time doing that. Anyway, I'll just talk. You can hear what I'm saying. Some reason I can't get my video to work. But I just like to comment specifically on the public hearing and notice requirements. I think they should be strengthened. It says under Section G, mailed notice to owners. that the director shall mail notice to the record owner of the subject property and all owners of property located within 400 feet of the subject property. This needs to be reworded to include any accessory part of the development, so it's very clear, it's crystal clear that any portion of the project is quote-unquote subject property. And this notification wording should be across the board at every stage of the application process, including any zoning variance hearings. Because if it's not clearly spelled out, it's a potential loophole for developers that will be exploited. It's happened in the past. It's happened right here in Lawrence. And related to that, I'd also like to suggest that for application outreach meetings, a notice should be mailed 14 days before the meeting date. Right now, the draft says 10 days, but by the time the mail hits your mailbox, that would only leave you a week to plan for such a meeting. And I just don't think that's enough time nowadays. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I'd also like to suggest that any major site development plan should have a mandatory pre-application conference. Right now, the code is too vague about that, and the director has too much discretion to simply waive the conference. With all the development that's going on with the university, with the sororities and fraternities, and that's only going to accelerate with the revised code, stakeholders really deserve that kind of consideration. They need to have a reasonable avenue for due process if they object. And while I'm on the subject of notice requirements, just to amplify a bit on what Melinda was talking about, I saw that the floodplain development isn't subject to any notice requirements. And I don't understand that. I mean, most of us don't even know that we live in a watershed and the floodplain is part of an integrated natural system. So I'm puzzled why something so important isn't subject to any property owner notice requirements. I think that should be strengthened as well. So thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I heard from a text that there's Bobby Flory online. She's able to raise her hand.
Okay.
Would like to speak.
Thank you. Bobby Flory, please go ahead.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Bobby Flory from the Lawrence Home Builders Association, and I'm very optimistic about the density and mixed-use components of the Land Development Code. However, I am speaking to you tonight because of some of the discussion that I listened to from your Monday night meeting, in particular, the discussion around the R1 zoning. Plan 2040 definitely encourages density. But Plan 2040 also encourages a mixture of housing types. Your discussion on Monday to force zoning density in R1 is, I believe, in conflict with Plan 2040. And in fact, the vision in Plan 2040 under the residential section says this plan promotes a balanced mix of housing throughout the community, allowing for a wide range of housing types and residential densities based on the surrounding area. I believe that forcing a density in R1 precludes an important housing type that actually Mr. Robinson spoke to earlier. LHBA continues to request that the minimum densities in each zoning district be removed. The zoning district R2, the reason that it would be good to remove, one of the reasons it would be good to remove specifically the minimum in that district is so that we don't go in with spot zoning and put R1 in areas of R2 that might be appropriate. So, but I would just like to mention also that nowhere in Plan 2040 does it say mandate or force when it comes to zoning districts. This development code as written, and I'm sure will be amended, but in general, I believe that it is meeting the goal of Plan 2040 by allowing for higher densities. And it is the market then that will determine what is built. Just because the development code might force certain minimum densities does not mean that it will be built. The market will determine that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will, do we have anybody else online?
There doesn't appear to be anyone else online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the room. Is there anybody in the room that I missed that would like to make comment? Go ahead.
Good evening, Michael Allman. I'm the land rep to the steering committee. Monday evening, Phil Struble said that his focus is greenfield development, and I agree with him that greenfield has been largely overlooked because greenfield impact is my primary concern as well. For Mr. Struble, R1 must readily accommodate in greenfields bigger lots, bigger houses, bigger, nicer duplexes and triplexes. He would have no density requirements or maximum lot sizes in R1. However, Elizabeth Garvin has said that those requirements are a forcing factor to achieve Plan 2040's goal of increased future density. In referencing that goal, Commissioner Ashworth suggested that R1 for new development is counterproductive. For growth to the west and northwest, she questioned the wisdom of filling that space with large lots. Commissioner Hayden echoed that position, adding that it's not equitable, that the larger, more expensive lots would be exempt from that forcing hand, but the smaller, less expensive lots must meet that new standard. I agree with both of their concerns. From the outset, my primary interest has been a code that reduces sprawl into greenfields, whether agricultural lands or wild lands. Given the limits of the available land within the city, and this is purely seat of the pants, I would venture that from 75% to 90% of the growth in the next 20 years will be greenfield. We would be squandering one of our most valuable resources, land area, if we filled that sector with large lot development. Not only would that drive sprawl 3 times faster, it would drive up infrastructure cost of ownership for the taxpayer, with increases exponentially with increased distance. Furthermore, while we can't promote inclusionary zoning, exemptions and incentives for large lot development is a recipe for exclusionary zoning. The father of American urban planning, Harlan Bartholomew, skirted around the Supreme Court's outlawing of redlining and inclusionary zoning by inventing large lot, large house, expensive development on the periphery, the urban periphery. In essence, financially gated communities. Forcing factors for density are not anti-democratic. Any code language is requirements: fire code, traffic code, land development code. Without requirements, it's just a wish list. The civil function of code requirements is to protect the rights of the community at large. Cost-effective infrastructure, attainable neighborhoods, farmland preservation, ecological health, fiscally dense tax base. Lawrence can turn a new leaf with new growth. Retain R1 for those 7% legacy large lot cases, but eliminate it for R1 future land use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else for public comment, either online or in the room? If not, we're going to close public comment. And once we close it, we won't come back to you unless a commissioner has a specific question for somebody in the public. And so I'm going to bring it back to the commission, but I'm just going to say a few things before we start. So Commissioner Eldridge asked last evening, what if there's something, how do we come to consensus, or how do we vote on something? And I want to, if there's anything that the commission feels strongly that needs to be changed in the development code, I think we pause, and I think we get a sense of consensus, and we ask Jeff and Becky to record it, and it will go to the City Commission as our recommendation. So if anybody on the commission feels strongly about anything that needs to be changed, please stop us, and we'll try to get consensus, if there is consensus. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, except that I think we need to take I mean, it makes sense for tonight's purposes of discussion, but it doesn't for a final, what is it that we'll be voting on that we're going to submit forward. So for instance, I thought it was enthusiastic that somebody pointed out that we had voted on the switching the units, the ADUs from bedroom to unit, and we didn't take a vote on that, and I'm not in favor of that.
Right.
So we need to figure out a way in which, I think the consensus was that it was going to pass, probably.
Yeah.
But it didn't pass by a vote. So does that just automatically get in? And then I vote against the whole draft when it comes up because I don't agree with that. Like the whole process is a bit confusing, and I'm not trying to say I have
Right,
an answer.
right,
But that would.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I think, and Jeff, please jump in. I think the way this is going to work is we're going to, as we go through, if there are things where we differ from what the steering committee has come up with, we're going to note it, and we're going to try to see if there's consensus. But that doesn't mean that it affects the final vote. So when we have the final vote, if there is still disagreement, or if there's things that we would like to see changed, I think at that time we vote on it. If consensus holds, we don't have to vote on it. But if you disagree with something and the rest of the commission agrees, we vote. But until then, we just go with this method of getting consensus. Does that work? Does that sound okay, Jeff? Does that sound like what we're trying to do?
Well, I will say that we've been following along the discussion. I know Elizabeth and Gabby have been tracking along to figure out what are the open questions, what are some of the things that have been generally kind of settled on to some degree. Excuse me. So we expect to bring back like a memo or a document to you that says, here's all the things that we have noted that were either deviations from the draft or recommended changes in the draft. And that would be kind of like what you do with a text amendment. You forward it with conditions, or you forward it subject to the items listed here. And that would be what we'd expect the vote to be. And of course, if I'm stepping wrong in that one, Elizabeth will correct here in a second on that one. But yeah, because right now we're still just discussing what that is. We're still trying to understand what is the Planning Commission's take on all of this, because this is also your first time seeing some of these in conversations where steering committees maybe seen it a couple of different rounds. So we're still trying to understand where you all are coming at it and seeing it too. So we expect something to be brought back to you, noting kind of the questions that were brought or the answers that we heard, so that you all would have that same information, because it's hard to sometimes keep track between Monday night to Wednesday night, let alone last month to this month. And so we want to make sure that we have all those recorded down properly for your consideration.
So I just have a question. So maybe technically we're not going to call it a vote, but I can imagine where those key issues that come up, there will be some disagreement. Like I too, I'm also I was more in favor of the unit as opposed to the bedroom. So I could see it being, let's say 7-2, 6-3, whatever it is, but at least that note would go forward as a potential amendment that the city commission would then take up.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you call that, 2 to 3 to 6 to whatever.
I think it's probably, it's been a little bit of time thinking about that one, because I'm a little trying to get my mind around that concept of it, but it's probably very similar to what you would do in a vote. I'm, voting for it, but I don't agree with point 1, 2, and 8 or something like that, and here's why I don't disagree. So I think the city commission would like to hear that discussion about if you do or don't agree with a point, why and why not, because that's something that they can then pick up and consider as it goes forward on that one.
So that would mean going commissioner by commissioner and saying, I agree, I'm going to vote for the whole package, but here are the points I disagree on, and just keep a list ourselves?
I think that's a possibility, just so in case there is specific ones you want to enumerate that, you're have very reservations about or have a very strong opinion on. I think that's a great way to do it. That way it makes sure all those voices get heard by the city commission going up. And Elizabeth, if I've stepped on that wrong, please let me know, because I can't see across the room too well.
No, absolutely not. I was just looking at my calendar to try to figure out how we want to get the summary in front of everybody, so you have time to look through. So we have our last meeting scheduled for September 25th. So I think that we probably pull together a summary of everything through the 20th and share that with Planning Commission on the 23rd. And then you guys can decide how you want to sort that, vote on it, comment on it. We'll add whatever comes up on the 23rd. and then you will have that in front of you for the last meeting on the 25th. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good, and it's not exhaustive, right? I mean, if that list doesn't capture every concern, we'll have an opportunity. Commissioners can bring up additional items, but
Yeah, yep.
I think that's fine with an assumption that
I do
that's
have
the.
a couple of concerns about that. Number one, a lot of the things that I have not yet mentioned are small in character, but they go all the way through the code. For instance, we're not consistent on the names of things. We have things that are defined that ought to be referred to with capital letters. We refer to the city, sometimes meaning the city commission, sometimes meaning the director, sometimes meaning the city engineer. All of that needs to be cleaned up. And until or unless we amend this draft, or I see a draft that has all of those things in it, it's going to be impossible for me to support it. It is extremely difficult to read this thing with any kind of precision. And to be user-friendly, you have to be able to know, what can I put on my lot? How many different places do I have to look? How many different definitions do I need to look at? We have been presented with R1 lots as being 10,000 square feet in some information and 5,000 square feet in another. That needs to be consistent throughout a draft. I just think it's sloppy, and I think it's imprecise, and it becomes a legislative document that is statutory. It's not a wish list.
To that, Commissioner Eldridge? So we can share our drafting conventions with you. We will not be capitalizing defined terms in this code. That's one of the things we're getting rid of. The code will have links if necessary, but we can tell you what we're drafting to. We capitalize city when it's a government. We don't capitalize it when it's a geographic area. So there is some rhyme and reason to the way it's put together. I'm sorry it appears sloppy to you, but it would be helpful if you could share a list of those concerns that we could address potentially offline that keep you from speaking to the content of the regulations. It certainly is a work in progress, and we're trying to keep everybody apprised of what's going into it. We also ask, in working with the city attorney's office, to leave room in the adoption ordinance to say that typos can be corrected, non-substantive changes can be corrected. We are trying to keep up with Planning Commission, the steering committee, and the public, and we probably aren't going to get to perfect until post-adoption.
I suspect that's right. I think there probably will need to be a number of things that.
Commissioner Eldridge, can you move towards the mic? Sorry.
I appreciate that, and I would be more than happy to share what I can with you if you'd like to do it offline. But I'd like to share my comments with the rest of the commission because I think that's part of our job if we're going to make a recommendation.
Yeah, completely agree. It's just the typographic stuff that they probably don't want to have an all-out debate on. If you could share that stuff in our direction, that would be helpful.
But I think we ought to. I think we ought to have a user-friendly document, and I think that's a very important part of this. I've spent a lot of time using the old code, and I found that challenging, but I'm kind of used to it. And just off the top, for instance, I'm just barging right into content, but one of the things I find very challenging is this code's separation between use tables and accessory uses. And I don't know why you did that. I'm sure there's a good reason, but I find it easier to look at principal uses and related accessory uses on the same page.
Are we covering that topic, or can I make comments about the procedural aspect?
Yeah, that was just an example.
So I was going to say, so we can do this a few different ways. We can just go open and we can say what's on our mind, or Elizabeth gave us a couple of questions to tackle. So what is the commission's, what do we think we want to do?
I think before we jump in, I have questions just about the procedure and the timeline from here, and this has been a common subject for us over the last year. I still have some confusion about it. So we sit here tonight, we're going through residential aspects of the code. I think we have other topics scheduled for a mid-month in September and the additional 2 meetings at the end of September. And then at the end of September, we're expected to make a vote on the draft that was provided to us in July, but has since been marked up in different ways that we haven't yet seen, and we're assuming that those changes made it into the draft, and we're going to forward on just a stack of paper with Post-it notes all over it. I mean, what does this look like from here?
Yeah, hey, Jeff, I'm going to let you sort of help me with this. Does September sound reasonable? Does it sound like we'd have a final vote in September?
Based upon the timeline the city commission outlined and their expectation, yes.
Okay. And also, what will it, to Commissioner Munch's point, will it have the July draft and our comments attached to it, or what will that look like?
Keep in mind, Elizabeth alluded to, you have public comment, steering committee, and planning commission going simultaneously on the document. So I think Elizabeth mentioned this maybe last month, if maybe not 2 months ago, that we would expect there to be a red line edition of this showing what's been changing, what's been going on, kind of the details of that one, hopefully getting all the commas in the right spot and the apostrophes where they need to be and details like that. So we would expect a draft like that to come back at some point, hopefully kind of trailing in on September, depending upon the other workload that we got going on that. But that would be the anticipated outcome for that.
Will our comments be embedded, do you think, or will they be like, sort of an attached document, or, I mean, we don't know yet?
I think it could be a little bit of both, because if it's just, adjust a sentence here or get this thing tab's wrong or whatever you want to call it, something in there, that would probably go in there. But if it was a substantive item, it would probably come in that summary that Elizabeth mentioned earlier. This has been discussed and the planning commission has X, Y, and Z on whatever that item would be.
Sure.
So it's probably a degree about what level of a change that we're talking about. It depends on where it would go into the document or it'd be in that summary that comes along after it.
Right. Does that answer your question?
To some extent. So that red line draft, that comes after we make a recommendation, or is that before us when we're saying yes or no, we're going to forward this particular draft onto the city commission?
Jeff, is it okay if I jump in?
Of course.
So I think the preference, our preference would be to have as much as we possibly can have in the red line in front of you. The only thing that would be the wild card is whatever the discussion is that Monday. And so just to give Jeff's comments a little more picture in your head, we are working in the draft and doing color-coded changes to it. So we've got planning commission changes and steering committee changes. And then any discussion that you all would like to have reflected to the city commission, we can do that as a cover memo. So we can say see page blank, section blank, and here's the discussion that goes with those potential edits.
Got it.
How does that sound?
That sounds great. That's very helpful.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
So I'm with Commissioner Eldridge. I still have some issues with the structure of kind of what our duty is, what we'll be saying we agree to or we're recommending, and for me personally, if this is a code, right, which means the people who use it on the other side are going to need to understand it. It needs to be as clear as possible, and most codes have defined terms. Most codes then use those defined terms throughout a code by capitalization, not by clicking on this and this is what we mean. So for me personally, I'm just thinking about this as the end user, which is likely an attorney. And so if I'm working up something under this code, I get that they're the builders, and clicking on something might be able to tell you what you can do, right? But I'm thinking, when I'm trying to figure out whether or not what was done was right, I need a code that has definitions, I need a code that is, that capital C means city, because that then means the city's responsible for something. And if it's a lowercase c, I'm gonna argue that the city isn't actually liable for that, right? So I do think that there are issues with making sure that a code is a legislative code. And I think what I hear is that some of us have concerns that as written, we don't necessarily see that it's met that standard. And I would have a hard time recommending any law that I didn't felt met the appropriate legal standard. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that just means that I need to have the communication with Commissioner Eldridge and others offline. I'm happy to do that, but that will definitely be something that I look at when I look at the code. It's not just about, are these policies good policies? And that's what we're talking about right now. Like, are these policies good? Are these policies bad? How are we going to present them? That's really important, and I'm loving having those conversations, but once it's done, are the people who have to use it going to be able to understand, and is it going to actually bring in, right, the policies that everyone's talking about wanting to move forward?
Go ahead.
Excuse me. I think Odessa would be a perfect example. She is saying, here's what I want. We need a code where she can go and have reasonable expectation that she's going to understand, what can I do? Am I going to be able to live on my property? For me, I don't know that it is there where she can do that. But that's really what we need, and you are a perfect example of.
As of this afternoon, it was not clear. And
I'm sorry. No public comment. I'm sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Well, anyway, what Odessa brought up is what we, all of us, need to be able to say, this is where we are, and I am struggling with how we even get there. We can have discussions about parking. We can have discussions about the various subjects in here, but at some time, unless we have, here's what Charlie Thomas thinks, here's what Mike Kelso thinks, here's what, I'm not sure I understand how we actually get there when if Elizabeth says, well, we're going to get our final input on the 20th and the 25th, we're going to vote on it. I have some concerns.
And for me personally, I think it's even more important that we get that figured out, because I'm still very confused about the steering committee versus the planning commission and what is going up to the city council versus the statutory duty of the planning commission. And I understand that our responsibility is to present something to them, and our vote on whether or not we approve or don't approve it is what will count for their vote requirement. And I think that makes it even that much more important that we know what we sent up and that we know what we're doing, because then there's this like side proceeding that's been going on with the steering committee. And so I'm just a little confused, and I want to make sure that what I vote on, I understand well, I believe in it, and as it moves forward.
Go ahead.
Just add a couple thoughts. It is a giant body of work, and the points you make about friendliness and consistency and how those things show up in different, depending on your perspective, whether you're a user, or you're an attorney, or you're a builder, I think are all valid questions. I think that from the standpoint of formatting and friendliness and syntax, I think I agree with you, Charlie, and what you're saying. I don't know how do we get to that, at least on this panel, but what I'd suggest we do with that is we say, look, that's a part of what Clarion what Jeff and his team have been working on, what Steerco to a degree has done, but largely they've brought this framework. A little disappointing to hear that we feel like we're moving away from friendliness, because that was one of the fundamentals of this, was to get to a format in this code that your average person could look at and be able to understand. Maybe we're not there yet, but if it comes down to syntax, if it comes down to user friendliness, those kinds of common questions, they're important. I'd recommend, though, that we look to Jeff and Elizabeth and anyone who wants to participate in that separately to get at that, and that we put our effort into those matters that are substantive to code, the things that we can bring, that talk about parking, talk about density, talk about ADUs, those items. I think the goal, as I have thought about this over time, is that the beginning of this was the city commission through statute set up the steering commission, the steering committee to go do this work, and have been working alongside to do that. And the city, I think, correct me if this is wrong, I think the last I heard was the city would look at the steering committee kind of like an applicant. They're just one source of information that comes to this. Planning Commission still has our statutory responsibility. We're going to go do the work like we're doing and go through and come up with this set of recommendations that we would make. I don't know that it's possible that all of us are going to get to a version of this where everyone says, yes, everything in this is exactly right. My ideal would be that we get to a point where I could say, yep, I approve sending this to the City Commission for their consideration with this list of things from the Planning Commission. Some of those things, we might have some indication of a consensus. We've had a couple of those conversations. Some of them might just be, we've called out this issue, we think this needs more work, and ultimately it's going to go to them anyway, whether it's from Steerco or from the public or from us. All that's ultimately going to land there. So just my 2 cents in it, that we separate out the syntax, the friendliness, the formatting, and really focus on what those key issues are that largely come from public and Elizabeth.
Commissioner Rexroad, the only difficulty is to focus on those bigger policy issues, we have to be able to communicate it. And that's what the syntax helps us do, is communicate clearly.
I don't disagree with you.
And this is just like it is a huge text amendment. And we don't send text amendments along saying, well, we could do it this way or that way, or this is an issue, or we need somebody else to make our recommendation. We have a singular and separate and important recommendation we have to make, and we have to be able to communicate it.
So then, I'm assuming I've understood this all correct, I don't know that correctly is the right word, and I appreciate everybody's comments. Before we meet on, the 23rd and 25th, at some point before then, we get the red line document, which is, it's still a 500-page document that's now redlined, that we each owe it to each other to go through all those 500 pages again, which we've all done, hopefully, before now. And then in that red line document, does it have, let's say, as Commissioner Rexroad just said, there's each one of our names with the 1 to a jillion things that we have issues with. Hopefully it's not a jillion. Is that list part of that red line document, or does that list get created on the 23rd and the 25th, and we really don't know what that complete list is until almost we're ready to vote? Because if it's that's not a good thing.
Yeah, is the red line, I know we're taking red line of the document all up, but what we're talking about providing back would just be a summary document of just the red lined items, correct? Both the all up.
We could do it either way. I imagine some people would want to read it in context, but I would point out that at this juncture, we are sitting on maybe 10 edits so far. just content edits, substantive content edits, not speaking to the preferences as to syntax. So we could pull it all out and do it in a separate document. We have done that before. Gabby and I have done that before. We find that it may be helpful to leave it all in context, even if you're skipping 50 or 100 pages in between what you're looking at. And we could post that document. I'm looking at the schedule, so we could. We wouldn't necessarily hand everybody the 500 pages, although I have great respect for people that want the hard copy, but we could make it searchable so you guys can go look through the changes that were made, just in an effort to be efficient. The other thing I'm looking at is the way we set up the schedule is September 11th, we've got landscaping and environmentally sensitive lands, which is a section that we've gone through once with some level of detail. I know that those are both important sections to Planning Commission. It's possible, given the real, just minimal comments we've received on commercial development, which is what we have scheduled for the 23rd, we could move that up and do it with environmentally sensitive lands and leave the 23rd and 25th for discussion. Try to get everything consolidated and back to you and take it up at that point in time.
What do we think?
I don't have an objection to that. I will say, no matter how we get at it, we get down to the end of this, there's going to be a lot of information, right, that we're going to have to, in our own minds, rationalize. Have we thought that through? I know just my work practice on this has been, I watch Elizabeth make changes real time as we're giving feedback. We get to a place, she stops and says, is this what you mean? We say some version of mostly yes, or no, please change it. So I have a running, I just capture this as I go. So when I'm going to do my work on my red line, I'm not counting on someone else to bring me this giant stack of paper that I'm going to have to start over again and reading. But the things where we've taken something on, I'm capturing that and carrying it on. I feel like that's something that we owe this process.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know how we ever get done.
Yeah. Are you guys okay with the combining both items and just the 23rd and 25th are?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
You're fine with that? Okay. So I think that's what we're going to do, Elizabeth. Thank you.
My concern is trying to,
Get.
I'm not a 21st century person like Commissioner Rexroad, and I need to get through the 500 pages.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about being able to do that if we don't get the document till the 23rd.
Earlier, yeah.
Just a reminder for the commission, your mid-month meeting has a time ending point on that one, so it cannot extend beyond its time that it has there. There's another meeting that comes in after this on that same day, so there is a hard stop at mid-month time.
And that one is which date?
11th.
11th.
That's September 11th, right? And it starts at 7:30. We're extending for these to 9:30, but there's a meeting that
Any
starts
chance
at
we could
10.
do it somewhere else, like in your offices? Is that not possible? No, okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's cross that bridge, though.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there, yeah. Okay, so that all being said, do we want to, procedure is what we talked about so far. Do we want to tackle the questions Elizabeth has given us, or the commissioners want to bring up individual? And nothing is, just because it's certain items listed doesn't mean we have to take those items. It can be anything that we think needs to be discussed. So would you guys like to tackle the questions first, or just bring up, does anybody have an opinion?
Just because we have those questions in front of us, and I'm sure that will bring up all the other things we have. Maybe reserve some time at the end. I've got a little, few notes here and there that I wouldn't mind having the opportunity to go through and just make sure some of this little stuff, not quite the capitalization, but just some issues I have. But why not start with the question? If Elizabeth could put up those slides again. With her questions, that might give us a way to start.
Sounds good.
1 second.
So at least we get that done.
Yeah.
Okay, so this first one goes to some of this evening's comment also. So when we're looking at the development that could take place, the question is back to Monday night's discussion when we're thinking about density. When someone comes in and they have a lot that is not buildable to the minimum density because we've put parking on it, because of what the setbacks are, just because of how the lot is situated and what's required, what other things are required on the lot, do we want to say, that's fine, it is important to us that you meet the setbacks and the maximum building coverage and the parking, and when you've done all of that, if you can't get to minimum density, minimum number of dwelling units, that's okay. Do as many as is reasonably possible. Or in the alternative, do we want to say, we as a city want to see the density take place, and we will create a menu of potential adjustments or waivers that mean that in R2 we're going to get to 4 structures where we basically have the amount of lot to do that, and we're going to kind of start moving things around to make sure that we can get to the number of units that will meet the density where we are close. So we're in the ballpark, but it could be by, a matter of feet that you just simply can't get to that density. So the question is kind of, we can go one way or the other, and it would just be helpful to have clarity about which way to go.
Before we answer, Jeff, the option 2, is that something the city would support? I mean, does that just make it really messy as far as having, lots of different lots and possibilities, or?
I'm not sure I can answer on behalf of the city commission or even you all. That's really a discussion for you all to have. From staff's perspective, either one of these would be workable. It's more as what is the preference of the commissions to see.
So this would almost be a lot by lot basis kind of thing, like you'd have a lot of variances and.
And that's not too different than what you see now with some of the codes. Is you'll see some of those plat variances rolling through for lot size and lot dimension that come to you, or we'll also see some very similar things rolling up. So it's not too dissimilar to what the current code is already doing. It's just, it's really just the community's preference on what you'd like to see in your code.
Okay.
Staff can work with both of those. It's really just your preference on that front.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, before we get to answering this specifically, there's a couple of things that I think might be involved in this, and we've received some correspondence about this, about the minimum density. So there's language in the document about a density bonus. So would a density bonus in a neighborhood allow for what would be typically let's see, you've reached the max on the buildable lot. Would you be able to vary that, to sort of reduce that with a density bonus? So meaning there's an affordable housing, the second unit, where the buildable lot might not necessarily qualify for that second unit, but because of the density bonus, it would allow for that second unit to be built. Is that a possibility?
Close, yeah. So the question is definitely in the ballpark.
Okay.
And I'm going to the density bonus. So first off, to qualify for density bonus, the developer needs to be providing deed-restricted affordable housing or workforce housing. Deed-restricted affordable housing is not simple to provide. And so there are going to be some market limitations on that. Usually to get to deed-restricted affordable housing, you're going to have money coming in from a federal source or some other funding source. So this isn't something that people are going to be able to use willy-nilly, and that technical legal term there, and just pop up extra units all over the place. They are going to have to jump through a lot of hoops before they get to a place of saying, okay, I can provide deed-restricted affordable housing, or I am willing to provide deed-restricted workforce housing, then can I have extra? back to your question, Commissioner Ashworth, yeah, it is set up with two parts, and let me jump to it so we can all look at it. I'm going to stop sharing this screen. Let me know if we need to come back. I'm going to switch us over to the draft. Maybe, if I can find screen share. Okay, so in order to qualify for the density bonus, which is it's the local employee residence unit and affordable housing, if someone is proposing between 0 and 4 units, this is not applicable. You can't use the bonus for a development that small. So for infill in probably any of the inner neighborhoods, you're not going to see enough development to qualify for that. Someone providing between 5 and 7 units, they might qualify if they're providing 1 deed restricted workforce housing unit, local employee unit, or 1 affordable unit. And then finally, if they're doing more than 8 units, they need to provide 10% of their units in each category. So it's a high hurdle to get to that bonus. And then I should clarify, it's not exactly a bonus. So what happens first is it's a 2-step process. Staff is allowed to adjust setbacks, lot coverage, lot size, increase height. So if you think about, we're doing all the things to open up the building envelope so you can get potentially more units in the development, because when you're doing affordable, you typically want to put market rate on it also to help offset the cost of the affordable. You don't get a bonus without asking city commission for it. So in order to get a 1-to-1 bonus, like you put in 1 affordable unit, you can have 1 market rate unit, that permission has to come from the city commission. So you can squeeze the numbers around and you can maybe get another unit or 2 on the lot, depending on the lot size and the parking and what you're developing. But to get an actual 1-to-1 bonus, you have to come to the city for permission. So it isn't intended to be a simple thing for everyone to do. It's intended to make it so that the lot sizes can be adjusted for someone that has the funding to do an affordable housing project. That answer your question, or I'm looking at you thinking right now. Is there more to the question?
Okay. A good part of it. So I know the concern is coming from R2 and what would be the R2 neighborhoods. And so I think the concern there is there's a single dwelling on there, and but the lot is not large enough to put another unit on, but could then qualify if it was affordable. So we're talking, the concern might be two units on a lot, as opposed to what you have here, which is you wouldn't qualify until you had already 5 or 7 units.
That's correct.
On the thing, okay.
That's correct. So the thing about the 2 units on the lot, so the way I think about it in my mind is it's the difference between what the code requires, right? So the code minimum density in R2 is 4 units to the acre, but we may not get there. But someone could opt in any situation to put a duplex on an R2 lot. It doesn't have to be a bigger lot. So it's what is the code going to make you do versus what is the choice the applicant is going to pick. And so I think that's part of what we keep circling with this. We're positive the applicant is going to pick the bad thing, the duplex, which is going to end up full of students. And there are probably reasons to think that, given how development has gone in the city. So maybe we want to separate the density question from the types of units allowed in the district's question and see if that makes a difference to how this plays out. Or if we want to stick with, if you can have 1 unit, you can have 2 units, because this is a simple and probably pretty gentle way in the overall picture to allow more density to occur within the city.
Would that softer way be helped if the occupancy of unrelated people stayed at 3 rather than 5?
Did you hear that, Elizabeth?
I did hear that. And so we've talked about the reasons why we opted to push up, to recommend pushing up the occupancy. And it's like everything else, open for Planning Commission discussion. So Commissioner Eldridge, if you want to lead the discussion about moving it back to where it currently is, that's certainly something that you all can provide us guidance on.
I was just trying to help with that issue of how
Yeah.
we
Can I
how we
clarify one
increase
thing?
density. Yeah.
May I? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
cut in. On the part 2, the LDC provide adjustments, waivers as needed to allow the lots. So one of the questions we get, and I think Mandy has brought this up a few different times, is if the code says 1.76 round down, are you saying that the waiver would allow them to round up in an exception?
So two kinds of exceptions. We have, the thing we're looking at right here is only if somebody is putting in that employee housing, the workforce housing, or affordable housing. So they don't get, if I come in and I'm not doing affordable housing and I want to put a triplex on, I don't get this. This does not apply to my property. I get perhaps the administrative adjustments if I can show there's a reason on my property that I need to adjust a dimensional standard by 20%. Otherwise, I am kind of out of luck. There aren't those big adjustments in there for someone who's not providing something that's a real benefit to the community, which would be the affordable housing.
Okay. The geeky side of me has a question to see if anybody's ever done this homework. Elizabeth, could you bring up the new graphic that showed the house on like the 1,200 square, the square foot, your new graphic?
Yeah, the density graphic?
Yeah, bring that one up
Yeah.
for me, please.
I don't know, if we're going to geek out and take my math apart, I'm going to have to cry. Just warning you guys. Okay, hold on a
I
second.
mean, being the tech guy here,
Okay.
as I'm
Nope,
sitting here,
I look forward to the correction.
as I'm
Let's
sitting
see
here,
what we
I
got.
had a light bulb moment for me.
Okay,
Okay. Not that one, the new one that you showed.
the new one that I showed.
From the slide. From the slides.
From the slide. Oh,
Yes.
right. That was, so this is gross to net that I'm showing you here, and then the next one is net to build.
Right. Now, I want
Okay, hang on a sec.
It was one you showed during your slides today.
Yep, I'm getting there. I got to switch screens here.
All right.
This one.
Yes. Okay. So, based on that drawing, the house where it's at,
Sorry, go ahead.
and you've got the setbacks for utilities, or how big the front yard's got to be, how big the backyard's got to be, how big the side yards have to be. This lot right here, based on what I see, you can only have that one dwelling right there. There's not
That is
enough room
correct.
to do others.
That's correct.
Has anybody gone through every platted lot in the city of Lawrence and determined if how many that's the case of? There's got to be some modeling software somewhere that can say of the X number of thousands of lots we have, only 5% or only 10% of them are big enough that you're going to be able to do something else. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. And so there is modeling software that does it. I don't think the city has paid the multiple thousands of dollars that it costs to own that software. Because it, as you probably remember from the zoning districts, these setbacks differ by district. But I think that you are taking away the point that I was trying to make with this picture. The big bad thing that we're worried about is not likely to happen in a lot of places.
But could, and it's asking the city to spend the money or somebody to spend the money to do it, would that, if it were done, would that assuage a lot of people's fears of what could happen? Because we now say, no, it can't.
It doesn't sound like we're going to get that answer.
Right, I know.
What does that answer us? Okay, yeah, no, like, so tell me the benefit of, it just would tell us how many dense lots, right? How many lots will actually have the dense?
That we could have it, it could be more dense on, I mean, literally, if it's only, say, 5% of the lots that we have in the city, it might assuage the different neighborhoods that we've heard from saying, oh, and I'm just, let's say University Place, I'm just saying that off the top of my head because that's one we've heard a lot from. Guess what? There's no lots in there where this affects. I don't know that. That software might tell us that, and that might ease people's minds or fears. I don't know.
But aren't there still administrative waivers and things
Right.
that would, I mean,
Right.
that still, it's not gonna actually answer
Yeah.
the question that people, it can't be a guarantee for people because there's still the 20%.
Well, you could factor that 20% into that. If it's any software worth a darn, it's any kind of modeling software, you can say, okay, here it is at 0%. If I factor in 20%, how does that change it?
Yeah, but it doesn't give the people who own
Right.
that property the knowledge of whether or not the administrative decision will apply to their neighbor's lot or not.
Right, I think William brought that up on the public notice. We get back to that, who is waiving it? Does it go out to the public? And that has been a big thing that every time we meet, people talk about that. How long do we have? Is it 10 days? Is it 14? Is it 30? It seems to me that's the issue we get back to again. And I think that would be great if we knew, but it doesn't change anything unless it's built next to me. That's where it comes, and who's waiving it? How am I going to find out? What neighbors are going to find out? Those need to be answered. People need to have the answer to those things and know that they will be notified when something goes on, when there is a change coming about. And if we don't do that, I think we are remiss in where I guess it was William that said the city, the contractor, or the public. If we don't notify the public, the people, are we remiss in our duty? And I would say we are.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth.
I know we're a few meetings in, but my notes indicate that Planning Commission instructed us to revise the code to require notice to be provided on building permit applications for single and duplex units to surrounding property owners. I believe that fills the gap and takes care of the notice issue.
The third constituent group has been provided for with pre-notification at time of application.
Before we finalize that, I would just like to look at what that final language is going to look like, because there was the actual notifying, but then also like how much notice and timing. And I think recently, just with the recent paper articles about the election, right? Like the mail seems very slow. So I do think it would be good to just make sure that the timing of the notice and all that is the same for the other constituents.
In this particular item, it's public notice. These are things by right, but that affect density. And it's at the time of application. I'm looking at you, Jeff. Is there an average amount of time from the time of an application until the time someone's issued a building permit?
You know, if everything goes, everything goes smoothly and goes to plan, I mean, building permits could be theoretically out the door within 14 to 21 days on average, typically. Residential, you'd hope would be out quicker, right? I think they're, trying to shoot for 5 to 15 days, depending upon what it is. And that can, can vary between, like, if you're trying to do an addition versus do a new construction, but it's a little bit of, it's not an instantaneous process like if you'd get for a water heater or something else.
So there's some built-in averages, 2 to 3 weeks, and at the risk of opening this back up for for something that I feel like we already closed on, but this is a brand new thing that we've introduced to make sure that public does have an opportunity to hear it, and it's also about things that neighbor has by right.
Right.
Although it begs the question, if we can open it up for and make the notification, but that doesn't mean that notification is going to lead to any change.
So, right, and Elizabeth, I think Commissioner Hayden wanted the actual language, but before we go there, I would like us to.
Anytime, I'm sorry, it
Yeah,
doesn't have to be
you're
right
right,
tonight.
right. I just want us to come back to the question we were discussing and see if we can agree to either option 1 or option 2. So option 1 is we just go with what's possible. Option 2 is get variances. Do we have some kind of consensus? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say, for purposes of clarity and user friendliness, that I prefer option 1, and I would prefer to have the language changed, not from shall provide, but encourage someone to do the max they can. I think Bobby Flory made a very good point about Plan 2040 does not mandate anything, it encourages. And I think we should encourage in this case and not mandate.
option 1.
You also agree with the encourages?
Yeah, with option 1, but lots of.
Option 1, yeah. Charlie, option 1. Mike, I'm looking at you. 1. Commissioner Hayden. Sorry, I should say Commissioner.
I think so, but I'm not sure if other people had thoughts about option 2. You know what I mean? I'm still
Yeah.
open to hearing if somebody, but I think I was leaning
I
towards
think
option
option 2,
1.
for me, I think we do want density and we want to encourage it, but I just think it's messy.
Yeah.
I just think it's messy, and I think it's not, because one of the things we want to get away from with the code updates is reliability. We want developers to know, hey, this is the code. So, I mean, I don't know, that's my take on it. So I think option 1 as well.
To be clear, this is a developable lot that does not meet the requirements for minimum density. It's a small lot, but we're still going to allow it to be built with this.
And not require like a minimum, so we just build what is possible as
What is
opposed to.
possible.
As opposed to what the minimum requires, yeah.
So the minimum might require a duplex or whatever, but it's not buildable enough. So
Right.
we're going to put a single-family
Right.
detached dwelling
Right.
because that's at least what can fit on it.
Exactly,
Okay, just
exactly.
want to make sure that's clear. Okay.
And the other option would be, instead, we would like change the setbacks, change
Yeah.
this, change that, and just like try to make it happen, and then we all of a sudden have different setbacks, different,
Right,
okay,
right.
yeah, just.
Okay.
And Elizabeth, just to clarify one thing that Commissioner Crawford asked, is this only for affordable housing projects, or is this across the board, your question?
It's across the board.
Okay, sorry, okay.
Yeah, no, I have a question back to you, if I may, Mr. Chair. What Commissioner Eldridge is leaning towards encourage, which is not a regulatory term. So I have suggested as many units as feasibly possible, but I need a discussion about, are we encouraging or requiring?
All right, we'll come back to that. I'm just gonna finish this, option 1, Commissioner Rexroad, option 1 as well, and Commissioner Munch. Okay, so we're gonna go with option 1 for that first question, Elizabeth. And to this Commissioner Eldridge's, what she just brought up, you're saying, should we go with required or as many as feasible? Is that language?
Yeah.
Yeah, do we have an opinion on that?
Well, I think encourage is easier if it's going.
It's not legal, she says not, it's not, encourage is not it doesn't.
It's not enforceable.
Not enforceable.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And I think that's the whole point, is that we don't want to force it, but we want to encourage it, because Plan 2040 doesn't have us mandate anything. And if we are going to provide as many units as feasibly possible, how are we going to find that term? I think there'll be disagreements as to what's feasible and possible.
We're able to define feasibly possible. We usually take that from environmental law, which works within feasibly possible or practicable. So it is doable. It's not pretty, but it's doable. Agree with you. It is, but we can, just to let you know.
Especially if we're going to have 20% options on side yards and measurements. It's just, it does get very messy.
I would like to throw that question to Jeff. I don't believe encourage is used in any of our other code language. And so if there was an attempt to get at what the commissioner's suggesting, is there another word? Because I'm a little dubious about the word encourage.
I'm gonna have to go, in other codes I've worked with, that has been there, and you never got it. I mean, it was, that's nice, and people would just go right past it as part of that. I've seen codes with what Elizabeth notes, is, those that are feasible and practical, and that has some discussion that would occur with that one, but at least we both know there needs to be the discussion to be had there with encourage. There's no hint of a discussion. It's just, hope by goodwill and graces you will do it, and I have no chance to do anything with that, would be my typical take on that.
So
I'm not saying that it's inappropriate in this particular case, but there are 33 uses of encourage or encouraged throughout that 536 pages.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit dubious about that term.
I still like reasonably possible. I think if it's a definable term with the 20% variances or the allowable changes, I think that reasonably possible gives us definable term with the ability to read, on the margins that are given.
Well, what does reasonably possible mean, though, and who decides, right? So when we say reasonably possible, does that mean you change your building, you reconfirm your building to fit, I just don't know that gives me any more clarity than we're encouraging you to build as many on this, or are we getting into a thing where we're saying reasonably possible, and now we're getting into telling you how you design your building, or I just don't know the answer to that. Maybe staff does.
If along the same lines, like, let's say if you go by what the code says, I can only do one. But if I went to the 20%, then I could do two. But I only want to do one. Am I forced to go to the 20% to get the variance to cram two in there now by the code? Because that's reasonable.
Elizabeth, is that a possibility?
That's the issue, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the gist of the issue. Are we, so reasonably possible would be probably, a neutral party looking at the site and saying, if we made a few adjustments, you could get a second unit on this. And the reason we would go to that is to meet minimum density. So it would be potentially asking an applicant to change their layout or design, which happens now, I'm fairly sure, depending on what other priorities the city needs to meet through the regulations.
But does it force you to?
Yes.
Yes. If we go with reasonably, if you guys go with reasonably, that makes, that is going to put you as close to the minimum density as you can get with that site. If you go with encouraged, you're going to get whatever the applicant's in the mood for, both of which are fine. So it's truly a policy question for your discussion. Do you want to say, we think the plan says we want you to get as close to minimum density as possible? Or do you want to interpret the plan to say encourage is good enough? In which case, we will leave the word encourage in here, but you're not leaving staff with anything to enforce. So if it comes to you and you can see clearly that with a small adjustment, someone could have gotten a second unit on there, that wasn't something that was going to happen. So I am not team either one. I am team, you guys have a policy choice in front of you.
In the alternative, we could simply say allow instead of provide, so that the acting is on the part of the applicant. The staff doesn't have to do anything, doesn't have to encourage, doesn't have to figure out what's reasonably possible, but the applicant can go to the minimum density if he or she chooses.
So would it be as many units as are allowed on the lot? Or,
Sure, because then it would be the applicant being in control of that. So it would be total area.
yeah. Oops, I'm going to take this out. I hear what you're saying. I think that's going to leave us in the same situation because someone's going to ask what's allowed on this lot. Well, that depends on what standards we adjust. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yes, I don't think there's any wordsmithing. I mean, that's either the lots may be exempted from the minimum density, right? Or it's that the lots may be exempted from the minimum density, but must build as many units as whichever reasonable, practically possible, right? I don't know that there's a lot of wordsmithing. We just have to decide which policy and go with it.
So it's just period.
Yeah.
That was not an advocation for either. That was just.
But that was a good clarification, right? We got two parts mixed into one here. So we actually had three choices to make. So we got rid of number 3. So now we're back and forth between 1 and 2.
I like 1.
I agree. I like 1 as well, and this ties back directly to our discussion on Monday as to whether it's appropriate or useful to have minimum density standards there, and I remain skeptical as to whether that's the right approach to take in the code. That, as was stated in public comment today, you can have a code that encourages certain actions and provides a path and it facilitates a certain kind of development. And to me, that's a very different kind of proposition than having something that requires it and mandates it. And I'm still uncomfortable with that. So I'd go with option 1.
I have a question, Ken, for you, or at least some conversation. I don't disagree, but like if it's going to be a minimum density throughout the code, then, right, are we doing something then shouldn't it kind of apply even in this situation because that's what the policy decision that the code has decided it's running with, right, versus if we decide that we are not going to recommend a minimum density or whatever. I mean, it just seems inconsistent to decide, like, the policy's going to be that we're going to do this, and then I don't think this will apply to very many, so I'm leaning towards 1 anyway, but if the policy is to use the forcing hand, wouldn't that still apply here? Or we have the broader conversation about whether or not we should have a forcing hand at all?
Yeah, I guess where I'm at is I'm still broadly skeptical of minimum density requirements generally. But if they were to exist, I would seek to limit their application such that if you had a lot that through all these different carve-outs and setbacks and everything didn't have the necessary buildable area for you to meet the required minimum density, then you should just be exempt from that. There shouldn't be some other, okay, well, instead of 3, you'll have to do 2. Like it should just be, you're out. The lot wasn't big enough, there wasn't enough buildable area. That doesn't apply to you. That's my position. I would go with 1.
Not enough buildable area per this spec, and because of that, spec doesn't apply to you.
That's right.
And it's kind of a balance of like, maybe not the policy like that everyone's going to agree should be going forward, but if it is going forward, we're not going to try to cram it into every single corner of everything.
Correct. And on just thinking things through on number 2, I think certain commissioners were already going in this direction, but is it possible that you have a situation where you have an individual property owner that wants to build a 2,000 square foot house and the city says no, it needs to be 2 separate 1,000 square foot houses because that would be reasonably practical. That would allow you to meet this minimum density requirement. Like, are those the kinds of outcomes that we're potentially setting ourselves up for? And that just seems, maybe that's, how often does that happen? Is it going to happen? Don't know, but it could, and that's a concern.
I need to see 1 and 4 again. I need to read that full language. 4. I was searching for what's this? There we go, yeah, required setbacks, required. Those are the 4 items, Elizabeth?
That's what comes out generally to get us to buildable area, assuming that environmentally sensitive lands and roads have already been taken out. This is what we're down to when we know what our lot size is.
So what's the real difference between 1 and 2, just in practical application?
Well, in one situation, you would only have to build 1, and in the other situation, you could build as many
As are allowed.
as are allowed, or as many as you can cram in there, in somebody else's determination. It's not in the determination of the property owner or the individual that's responsible for building on that lot.
It's only in a condition where one or some mix of these 4 can't be met. In other words, we're not removing minimum just across the board. It's only in a condition where it's unbuildable with the specification.
I think what you're saying, not to step on it, but I think what I'm understanding you're saying is that his concern is that we create additional work for an applicant if the setbacks, if one of these is met, or preventing additional space, that gray area that then city could say, no, you got to actually build 2, because we could bump you up to that 20% and force you to reasonably fill this lot with a multiple unit or something. Am I on track with what you were thinking?
That's an interesting thought, though.
Is that what you were?
So I guess just to level set, you start with a lot, you take away all of the environmentally sensitive areas, you take away the unbuildable slope, et cetera. You get to the net area, you take away your setbacks, parking, et cetera, you get to your buildable area. You're left with the buildable area. A property owner might look at that and say, okay, I don't have enough space to get 2 units in here or 4, whatever the minimum density requirement is. I'm just going to build my house. That's allowed, in my view, under the new option 1. The option 2 is that property owner comes to that determination and the city says, actually, while you're not able to meet the minimum density requirement where you have to have 4 units, we think you can get 3 units in here, and this is how you would do it. And we're going to tell you this is how you did it, that it has to be done. You now have to build 3. You don't have to meet the minimum requirement that applies to everybody else in R2, because that's not possible for your particular lot, but you do have to get as many in there as is possible.
It keeps the power in the landowner's hands to make that decision.
If it's option 1.
If it's option 1, yes.
In the very limited situation of when all 4 of these things make the piece of land not buildable for the minimum density.
Whatever makes it so it is not buildable. Because there are other factors that are going to go in that we are presuming, the floodplain is taken out and the. But when it gets where here is actually the buildable area, it leaves it in the homeowner's hands, the landowner's hands. And I would be in favor of that.
That was number 1, the new number 1.
Yes.
So do we have consensus number 1?
May I, can I, 1 second?
Sorry.
This ties it back to that exemption that we talked about on Monday. So I believe Commissioner Munch's question was, would you be forced to split your single family into a duplex? And I think that was part of what that exemption, the earlier exemption, could get at. You don't have to do anything but a single family. But if you can get 2 lots out of it, you have to do 2 single family units.
Right.
So the question is, do we say you do the density, you do the number of single family units that are possible?
This is across all zoning districts.
Yeah, so right now that previous exemption, let me take you guys back up to that, was just for R1 and R2. So this was exception 2A. A detached dwelling is permitted in lieu of a 2-unit or attached dwelling in R1 or R2 zoning districts, even when the minimum density requirements will not be met. So I think that conversation probably circled what Commissioner Munch was worried about. Someone's going to be told you have to do a duplex. And the idea was not to say to anybody, no, you have to do a duplex. Go ahead and do the single family.
So what would happen to this exception if option 1 was chosen? Would that?
So the exception would come out. We would rewrite it with option 1.
Okay.
So the exception would be option 1. And so
Okay.
my question there to you guys, just for last clarification, so when you see it again, it has the words you wanted in it. Do we want that exemption? Should the exemption be that you're exempt from building attached dwellings or duplex units to meet the minimum density? So effectively, you can do single family. Or do we just want to leave out the highlighted language and say you're exempt? And I think the difference is the person that can get 2 lots, but not 4 lots. If they could get 2 lots, do we want them to get 2 lots with single family on it? Or do we want to say if you can't meet 4, you're fine? Just go ahead, carry on. Does that question make sense? I know we got a lot of moving pieces here.
It comes down to the question of, are we going to have a forcing function or not?
Back to that.
Are we still in the very rare situation where the building site itself, once everything is taken out, is below? Or are we talking about an exemption that is broader now?
Good question.
Yeah. So this person maybe doesn't have this particular lot. Maybe they have 2 of these lots, but they're in an R2. So their minimum density would actually be 4. So I think we clearly don't want to say to them, you have to do 2 duplexes to get to 4 units. The question is, do you have to do 2 lots and 2 single family, or we're just exempting you altogether? It's minimum. It's on the bottom end of the scale. Where are we going to have this fight?
But in that situation, if they have 2 lots and they build on one of the lots, and we're saying you don't have to build on the other lot, they still have a small single-family home, but we're still not encouraging density. Like, that's still then just their backyard now.
We're not requiring density.
We're not requiring density.
Right.
Yeah.
We're allowing it, we're enabling it, not requiring, in this particular category of things. I generally believe that we want to have, I'll use the word forcing function for density. In this particular case, given the set of conditions, I find it difficult for me to predict what might be there, and I would want that property owner to have a little bit more flexibility. I'm on 1 as well.
Right. But just a clarification, Elizabeth, I mean, to Commissioner Hayden's question, this just applies where the land has limitations, and because of limitations, you can only get, whatever the density is, without any waivers, et cetera. That's what we're talking about, right? We're not talking about changing minimum density.
Okay. So hopefully this isn't greenfield development, because in that situation, it would be a design limitation, not necessarily an existing lot limitation. So we could qualify this by saying in existing neighborhoods or with existing lots or something along those lines, to say, don't design your new development poorly just to avoid density. We care about avoiding sprawl going out. So yeah, I think you guys have circled down to, this is going to be an existing lot situation.
Yeah.
I would feel more comfortable if that was spelled out entirely, because I don't want this applying to new development.
Yeah.
So where would it fit in the code? Where are you thinking of putting that?
Hang on 1 sec. Let me get the words in, and then we'll talk about that.
So are you guys okay? Do we need to take a break or?
That was the ad the chair made, I don't disagree with her, but that was a big differentiation. So I want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Yeah, Vice Chair.
We're going to qualify that this applies only to infill, not to greenfield.
Not to Greenfield.
I think we have to, otherwise, again, we're just creating an
agree.
exception that eats the rule.
I'd agree.
Like, I'm not saying that we all agree that the rule is what it ought to be, and that maybe we'll have bigger conversations about that. But if we're gonna have it, then let's not write little places where people can get out of it, right? That just,
Imagine there's some situations as a developer's looking at whatever the shape of their parcel is, it doesn't divide up exactly right, where they might need some consideration like that, but I guess we'll cross that bridge.
And so I think that helps answer Commissioner Eldridge's question. We would put this in the residential infill and redevelopment standards. So everything, you'd have to qualify as residential infill or redevelopment to, whoops. Let's see, I had a slide on that back here. So these are the qualifications for infill and redevelopment. So in order to be exempted from the minimum density, you'd have to meet these standards.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry, because this is always just a chain of one to another. Right now, this is drafted for R2 and R3. Should we say this is in all districts? That this exemption as long as you can qualify as infill in any district, you can get exempt from the minimum density.
Again, with those 4 conditions, right? Only when those 4 conditions apply.
Only when those 4 conditions apply.
Yeah.
It might be problematic in the R4 and R5 where we're really set a high minimum density. You don't want someone tripping in there and putting in a single-family home next to apartments.
What would be a reason?
It would be fine, but go ahead.
What would be a reason we would not have it in every district, I think needs to be the question.
Yeah, so let's look at the densities of all the districts. Okay, so what I'm thinking, you may not want to apply it to the R4 or the R5 because those minimums are fairly high. These are intended to be the highest density districts. And I'm thinking in this case, that somebody with a parcel skipping out on meeting that minimum takes away from the idea of these districts having those townhomes or apartments or the more dense development that we don't really want to see shoehorned into the R1, 2, or 3 districts. So they serve a different purpose.
But adding R3,
I would agree
where
with that.
single families also provided, might make some sense.
I can agree with that, not in
I
R4.
can too. I think that.
Not R4, R5.
There's
Okay.
another R3 out there.
Commissioners?
but I'm just trying to think, I mean, if the reason that we have it is because the land itself doesn't lend itself to the minimum, then why would it matter what district it's in, right? The idea is that the piece of land doesn't.
But
If the piece of land doesn't lend it to it, then it's
Right.
zoned wrong.
And the thing is the way it's stated now is it could be a single-family home in a high-density residential district where it's surrounded by apartment buildings.
And the alternative, I mean, if somebody wanted to build that, they could build that, right? But the alternative, or if they wanted to build as up to the maximum as if they wanted to build like a fewer than the minimum, but like some kind of
Right, so that could be a duplex.
They
It
could
could
do
be
a
a
duplex.
threeplex.
They could continue to do stuff. We're just saying you don't have to do that really high minimum that we've said because the piece of land doesn't lend itself to that, right? I mean, the policy behind it is the same no matter what district we're in, right? We're saying the minimum of 4, this piece of land doesn't work for that, so you don't have to build 4. And if we're somewhere higher where we're saying a minimum of 16 or something, the piece of land doesn't work for that, so you don't have to do the 16. You can do something less than, and then you let the market figure out if they think a single-family home in that area is appropriate, or if they think more density is appropriate.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, because what I'm saying, that's getting rid, our option 1 gets rid of minimum density entirely. So that lot could not fit a 24 dwelling unit per acre, but it might fit a 15 or a 12, but yet they're going to build a single family. So, because we've gotten rid of entirely the minimum density. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my understanding of how it works. I guess I'm just not as concerned about it.
So I guess I would want them to at least do the 15 or the 12 instead of the single detached unit in an R4 or R5 district.
So do we have to write something for that then that says if you can't meet the minimum, then that gets us back to that.
Well, it could only apply to R2
But then that means that.
and R3.
But that means in the R4 though, there's no, if they can't meet it, then what? Nothing gets built there?
No, they go down to the next density, like 15 units or 12 units.
All this would do is, would not allow single-family home to be introduced. We wouldn't.
We wouldn't have a loophole.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It'd still be.
I guess I just don't understand, why do we need this? If we need this for R1, R2, and R3, some form of either number 1, number 2, or number 3, right? Whichever we choose, don't we still need it for?
It's less of a swing. In R1, R2, R3, you're talking about, okay, you're going to have 1 unit instead of 4 units. But in the other zones, you're talking about you're having 1 unit instead of 15 units, right? That's the.
Okay, so I guess I must just be missing it. So if the total area eliminated by items 1 through 4 result in a development below the minimum density requirement in an R4, what happens?
They could build a single family, right, with
No,
this.
no, because if we're saying this only applies, we're picking number 1, and we're saying it only applies to R1, R2, and R3, okay? So I'm in R4, and I'm saying this happens. The total area eliminated by items 1 through 4 result in a development below the minimum density requirement. Now what? Where do I go in the code? What is the answer to what happens in R4 if that situation that's in bold applies?
Who determines what that number
Yes,
is?
who determines the number? That's my question.
Can I take a crack at it? It's just because if you're looking at, the minimum density is 24 dwelling units per acre in an R4. So if the lot doesn't fit that, then the determination is they have to fit as many as possible in there, and it could be 15 dwelling units. They just go down to whatever can fit.
But
So
where
it's
is that
15.
language? Like, my understanding is that we were talking about whether or not to add that language, right? And all we've done is add it to 1, 2, and 3. We haven't addressed that exact
So
language
where is the
in 4.
language
So
for
where's the
those?
language?
I see where you're going, okay.
I think I understand
where-
what we
okay,
want. I just
right.
don't understand where
Got
it
it.
is.
Hang on, I just lost the presentation. Okay. Swap. What if we do it like this?
You've added it to number 2.
So now we need,
I've added it to number 2.
Yes.
Okay.
So number 2 comes back from the DUD, and it gets but it only gets applied in R4 and R5.
Yeah, that was my concern.
And is reasonably
Yep.
an enforceable word instead of feasible?
We can put feasible.
Okay.
Yep.
As determined by whom?
The director, which can be appealed to the BZA.
Okay. So can we put that in there, that's as determined by the director?
Is the director smiling? Is he good with this?
So just a question though on handling it that way. Do we want to put that specific language in there? And what I'm worried about is, in any case where we didn't add that specific language, but that was what we intended, it doesn't happen. Should there instead be a general statement that says, as determined by the director, appealable to the BZA, and just have some like category of things that this applies to?
Yes.
Is there a table for that?
And I believe that there, like this, we have not resolved that issue, right? We put a pen in it yesterday, but that would be this whole section about administrative determination. And we were told yesterday that it was intended to be only those things that, or Monday, sorry, listed in that section and in that table. But then the language of that section suggested that it was anything within the code. And we have not yet resolved exactly what are administrative determinations and what is the appeal process. So that is very, very much still on the table.
I think for the commission's knowledge on that one, there's a difference between an administrative determination and the administrative waiver that is in the code at this point in time. The table is related to the waiver. The administrative determination is anything that is actioned upon by staff. So there's a differential between the table that we had on Monday and what we're talking about tonight, which is an administrative determination. So if staff says it has to be feasible and we find it feasible is this.
Determination.
That's an administrative determination. There is something in the process section that says if you do an administrative determination, it goes to the Board of Zoning Appeals to find if the staff has erred in the applicability of the code. So just there's a differential between, yeah.
From that perspective.
Yeah, so in almost, I can't think of an instance in either the current code or the proposed code where staff is ever the final determinant of anything. There's always an appeal out and going on that one. But the table was for if you wanted to give administrative adjustments and waivers versus this is which is a determination. So I just wanted to highlight there's a couple differences going on there that are kind of very close in name.
Staff includes the director or staff includes you, right? When you say staff, it includes the director as well?
The codes are typically written and it inevitably says, the director shall do something. But if you go read the definition for director, it can be any number of people that are designated by staff because it's, not just me, because if everything came through my desk, we would be here a long time because I've got a couple different other things going.
And our definition does say director or staff.
Yeah. So it's kind of, when a site plan gets wrapped up, staff is carrying that through the process and getting that in and then making sure it ticks all the boxes before it leaves the building.
Have we completed the density item?
And so could we move on to the next question?
Yeah, Elizabeth, do you have enough for us to?
I do. I have enough to draft that. Thank you all for the various permutations.
Okay.
Is something easy, Sharon, that you want to do?
Oh, 1 second, Gary. Do we want to take a break, everybody, or are we going to keep going? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
You say something that's easy like parking.
I just finally was like, I can't wait for a break. I got
Before we start, I just realized that Commissioner Brodo is online. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
Again, but
Oh, you're good?
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
just,
yeah, I'm good. Thank
okay.
you.
Thank you. Sorry, okay.
Oh, no worries.
All right. So Elizabeth, I feel like we've made good progress, or at least some progress. I don't know how you feel. But you had two questions for us. So we talked about the first one. The second one was a grace period if somebody had a concern about the zoning they've been placed in, and we were going to talk about that. So, right? Are you there?
Yep, sorry, correct. And the addendum to that is not to allow someone to come in and make a rezoning request. So not to try to sneak in a rezoning on a map correction, but only in the case where we, in going through all the parcels in the city, made a mistake somewhere.
Yes. Who would like to?
Should that, because I remember when the thought that popped in my head when that was talked about 2 hours ago, was should that waiver or period of time be after it's enacted? Or should we have that, so we know how things are going to get rezoned, here's how it's going to be. Your clock starts now, and in 30, 60, or 90 days, that's when it takes effect. Or do we just took effect, now you have your 30, 60, or 90 days?
I think what we're talking about in this particular case is only in the case where an error was
Right,
made.
agreed.
And I guess in my mind, if an error is made, it's an error, and it's not a burden of the homeowner or the resident to find that, show up, ask them to fix it. It would be whenever that's discovered, I guess we deal with it then. I don't know what the percentage of people in Lawrence, Kansas that even know what zoning means, much less what they're zoned, much less how it's going to show up in a new table.
No.
I think you just crushed her.
I know. I'm sad about that too. But I think it remains true. So I struggle with, I'm not sure what the answer is to what happens in 3 years when someone comes with something and we find out that a mistake was made when this transition work was done. I just don't know how we.
Well, what if they, in say 3 years, and they don't know the mistake was made, and then all of a sudden, oh, I want to do this, oh, you can't. I mean, or is it correct, do we correct it then? Or does it go, let's say the property changes hands 2 or 3 times in 5 or 10 years, and then somebody finally realizes it. I mean, I agree with you, it's like we just correct the mistake, but what if it's not noticed for a long,
There's some
long
precedents,
time?
so what happens today, Jeff? Like, if that something like that happens.
I can think of a couple of times where this has happened in the city, and we actually just went through this with the county zoning maps. We had we didn't use the term grace period, but you had that grace period. Did we get, because there was a lot of permutations in that one, and there's, a little bit of a long grace period in that one because zoning can sometimes, lot sizes can change sometimes when a deed is filed. And so we have a process in the county of going through it right now. If something happens, we go back through it, chase it down, see what was the time on this? Was it just a mapping error, or was it somebody trying to ask for a rezoning on those things? And that's what we've done in the county when the new code for that one came in. In the city, I can think of maybe 1 or 2 instances in my time here where we found an error in the map. And at that point, staff brought forward the rezoning application because it was like 5 or 7 years after adoption. We brought forward the rezoning application and carried it through for the homeowner because the error was on our part. And so we would carry that rezoning through, but it would have to be a rezoning. We couldn't just go in there and unilaterally change the map. So staff did the research, staff filed the application, staff did everything we could do to make sure we got that right. So let's say in Commissioner Kelso's example of 10 years down the line and it's changed hand 3 times, if we find the error, I would expect that's what would happen, and staff would work to rectify that, get the application, and then carry through the process for the homeowner, because it's not through their fault it occurred, it's through our fault, and we should make that right.
Okay.
So I'm not sure I understand the point of a grace period, if it's just going to be fixed as they are discovered.
Yeah, usually when you do a map, like a big map change like this, you have that grace period because even with all the best efforts you want, you might not get everything completely right. And so instead of having to go through that rezoning, there's a period usually you kind of run through the end of it where staff can go in like, okay, we need to make this change and we need to get this one put in the right bucket because we got it in the wrong one. And it's not a chance for like, I want mine to go to like RM24 or something. I was RS7, I got misconverted to R4, I need to be R2, and I'd like to go back to R2.
So anything after the grace period would necessitate a rezoning. I get it. Okay, so then a grace period does make sense.
Yeah.
What's the
case.
downside of a longer grace period?
Right.
Administratively, that's a lot of overhead for staff to track, so it would take some time and always have a constant effort of doing it. It's not impossible to do, and depending on how you structure a grace period, you either do all of those changes at once at the end of the grace period, instead of trying to do every time you find one, you do it piecemeal, because you don't know if there's a greater change that may need to occur, like was there multiple parcels in a run that got missed in that mix-up. So you don't want to usually let them run too long, because other people may then, well, I was in error in 66, so how long do you run that grace period back to? So it's some, I've seen 90, I've seen 120, I've seen 0. It's really a preference for the community on that one.
This wouldn't be for dealing with grievance. I disagree with what's there. It's only errors.
It would be just if the map conversion got missed where it was supposed to be was RS7, it goes to R2, and somehow it got missed and put in R3 or R1. It just didn't get into the right category in the conversion process.
And so it's limited just to the map, it's not to an error in the text.
Correct. It's just for the map amendment process, not for the text itself.
And Jeff, in terms of the timeline, so we have the vote in September, the end of September, towards the end. When does the actual map go into effect?
That's a conversation that's probably still going to have to happen, because usually what you'll do is you will adopt the ordinance, but it doesn't become effective until a certain date. So in the case of the Land Development Code, it was adopted, I think, in March, April, spring of 2006, and it didn't take effect until July 1. And that gives staff time to make the conversions to applications that are necessary, make sure the maps are all ready, make sure all that kind of background documentation that you need to have to then do the code is all set up and ready to go before you do it. Because it's really hard to adopt a code and turn around 24 hours later and then have every application type and everything updated to match that code standards. It's not a small ask on that.
It was like 3 to 4 months before implementation either way, most likely.
It could be, and it's really a conversation for governing body on that one is, if you want to adopt it now and then make it effective on what date would you like to see that go forward on? And, again, shorts can be dangerous, but long can be just as dangerous too. So what's that sweet spot for the community?
I mean, there's a proposed map right now, right? So if I'm a homeowner that is concerned, I could come right now. Well, not right now because it's not official, but as soon as it becomes official, I don't have to wait for it to be the official map, right? Like as soon as let's say the city commission votes on it and we know this is going to be adopted, the clock kind of starts then, and I could come to you and say, hey, this is this is wrong or something like that, right?
Usually, and Elizabeth has a little bit more experience than I do, it's the clock would start on adoption. So,
okay.
But you can pull up the draft of what that map conversion looks like on the project website today and see what that looks like as it's converting through. So we have a draft of the map prepared online currently.
So could I come to you today and say, this doesn't look right to me? Would you just say, this is not official, come back when it's official? Or would you take my question, into account? Would you?
We take it into account, but it's nothing we could do about it because it's not been adopted yet.
It's not been adopted.
I guess the frequency of this happening must be pretty small, because zoning on everything is known right now. The table's known. All you're doing is just scratching off RS5 and writing an R2.
Yes, that's the hope.
And what we're saying is that if for some reason you scratch off RS5 and you write R3 instead, that's a mistake that somebody needs to count. Do you anticipate any number of this happening? I mean,
I don't anticipate it being a high frequency thing, but I will, say always, whenever humans are involved, things can happen. And so we just want to make sure that if something does happen, we have that grace in there to kind of go in and make it right.
That is the only use case we're talking about, is where you've just transitioned to the wrong thing.
Right, like if I misspell almost every other word I type, and if you hit R3 instead of R2 and it somehow gets that, then you want to be able to correct that.
So if you were the king of the world and could make a determination on the appropriate length of time, since you're the one that's doing it, and we would not be involved, what would you pick?
If I was king, I guess?
Yes. Actually, we know who rules, Becky. I was trying to give you some deference in this.
Of course, I understand. I think if Becky was running, I think 90 days is a good time.
Okay.
I think it gives us enough time to kind of make sure that we're getting people have time to take a look at it. It also gives us enough time to go through that in GIS and make sure that we're getting everything right. And then that gives us enough time to, if we need to then action something, it's not so long that we forget something or lose something in the wash. Then we can action it quick and get on to actually figuring out what that standards are and rolling. So to me, 90 days feels like a good sweet spot there. But again, that's just if Becky was running the show. It's a community conversation about what does the community feel is that good time frame for that.
I like consensus. Everybody,
90.
I see
Yeah,
shaking
I'm
heads.
happy.
Yeah. So we go with 90. Sounds good. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Thank you.
Before we move on, I have a question about that similar topic. Way back in the day when we first started talking about this, maybe at a mid-month, it came up that people would have the ability to contest or to talk about or to appeal what the transitional zoning, what it was going to. So does that mean that is not actually a provision? I just remember people coming in and asking and being told that there'd be an opportunity for them to contest the zoning that will be applying to this situation. Is this what we were talking about? And we're not really talking about ability for them to contest it. We're just talking about if there's literally a typographical error.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. We just want to catch mistakes. If somebody wants to contest, let's put that one in air quotes, just like you were, if they want to contest their conversion, then they're actually contesting their existing zoning. And the way we contest existing zoning is to file a rezoning application. So they have an appropriate route in the existing code and the new code to say, I shouldn't be this, I should be this. So this we're limiting to my GIS person couldn't read my scribbly handwriting and it became the wrong thing.
And this is the only thing about changing the zoning that we have. There's not another provision that talks about if somebody wanted to, like we said, contest, right? It's just this, as far as.
It's just this. I'm trying to think if, I'm not sure that it would be appropriate. It feels like a backdoor way to get a rezoning.
So that's, when that came up at the meeting, and I was so long ago, I don't remember, that was the reason it stuck in my head, was because that's exactly what it seemed like, but that's kind of how the conversation went and what the people kind of wanted, and they were like, okay. And so I just want to make sure people are aware of the fact that isn't in this code.
Yeah, agree, and it's entirely possible that was the perception that's out there, and that's one of the reasons we brought this slide back tonight to clarify that this process is for map cleanup where there are errors, and the rezoning process is still going to be there for, I don't like what I'm zoned, give me something different.
So I think that brings up Commissioner Rexroad's comment from earlier is if most people aren't probably looking at their current code or the zoning, and saying, oh, I'm RS10, cool. I'm going to go to, R1 or whatever. And so this could bring up that question about their previous zoning. And then that's when, as Elizabeth said, they would file the form that says, no, I don't want to be R1. I want to be R2 because I was zoned incorrectly in RS10. It brings it up for them, but they have to file the proper paperwork for rezoning. They can't just slip into it. And that's the provision I think is being covered for. So we're not just giving a back door to somebody being rezoned.
And I think related to this discussion, just to clarify from my understanding, but then also potentially for members of the public, in connection with this process, we've received suggestions and requests from members of the public to engage in rezoning in this process. And I'm thinking in particular about some requests from residents of the Albemarle neighborhood, that something that is currently zoned RS7 should be zoned public space or open space. And that is not something that is within our purview in this exercise. We're not rezoning, we're renaming or recategorizing zones, but we're not changing the underlying use or zoning of any particular land. And if that is something that could be pursued, it wouldn't be in this process.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
So, sorry. And this is probably outside the purview, but I'm just thinking about it, since we've collapsed some zoning, and some things are now allowed that weren't allowed. I don't know, anyway, I could see some issues there, but we won't go there tonight. Next topic.
Are you sure?
Thank you.
Well, there will be some zoning categories that suddenly will have greater density than they had the day before, which may lead to revised site plans, for instance. I don't know what the position is. Are they bound by the same approved site plans, or do they then come and say, well, I need to modify my site plan because I have more density now?
The site plans that were approved would still hold as the approval document. So if you then wanted to do something after the code was adopted and you filed for a new site plan, then you'd go by the site plan of whatever it was filed afterwards. But all the documents and approvals that were previously done would still be holding documents. So, great example, we worked on a case not too long ago. The building was, I think, site planned in 1964 under the 1949 code, and that still holds as its document today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If we're done with that, are we looking for a new topic?
We are. I also want to just get a temperature check. So it's 9:20. How late is everybody comfortable going? And are there big things that we want to tackle before it gets too late?
Yes.
So we want to go late. My sheep are fed, so I can stick around. So
We have some bigger issues in front of us.
I would vote for the 10 o'clock we did.
10 o'clock.
Monday.
I don't know if we're going to hit everything by 10 though.
Oh, not everything, but we should,
But get as
we
far
should
as we
tackle,
can.
yes.
Okay.
Some more.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let's
Go
just be
ahead.
fast about it.
Talk fast.
So Sharon, if you want to go, that's okay. I was
Well,
going to
no.
ask us to take on parking, but
Okay, well, I was going to offer either parking or some of the concerns that the Lawrence Preservation Alliance brought up. Either one of those are big issues.
why don't we parking's going to be so easy. Let's start.
Okay, all right. All right,
And now you do.
okay,
Parking and that, you okay with that?
yep.
I'm sorry, did somebody say parking is going to be so easy? I need to write that down.
Not me.
That was a
Big arrow above Rex Road's head.
Yeah, knock on wood. All right. So what came out of steering committee was some work that was done. I was a part of a kind of a side group that with Marcy Francisco, and we took on this question. Marcy's a pretty big advocate of parking and off-street parking because of the impacts, that she understands personally. I don't want to speak for her necessarily, so I'll stop on that. But we brought to the steering committee this kind of a compromise position that recognized that commercial parking was different from residential. And we said, just take an easy one, take commercial stuff out of play and say, no parking requirements in commercial, except where commercial abuts residential. And then there was a bit of a description between how they might get at what parking requirements are, and that's all settled in the draft that's right now. The big question, though, has come up around what to do in residential, particularly in areas where it's already an issue with density, it's already an issue with on-street. And the compromise we came up with was to say, instead of having one parking spot off-street per bedroom, that we would have one off-street parking spot unobstructed per dwelling unit. What that means is if you've got what unobstructed means is if you've got a garage and a single car driveway and you need 2 off-street parking spots, they can't both be in line with each other. They have to be independent of each other. We thought that along with, and Jeff, help me with this one, I slept, we still require that if someone has off-street parking, that they maintain whatever off-street parking that they have. Right, so there's no condition there where it's going to go down. It would only go up based on additional dwelling units.
For new construction.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rexroth, you mentioned
Duplex something or ADU.
the part for duplex conversion where that you had to have the parking spaces for if you converted something to a duplex. Is that the one you're thinking of?
That's one scenario, yeah. But whatever the condition, whether it's add an ADU or add a duplex, if you have 3 parking spots off-site now, code only requires you to have 2, you can't remove one of those parking spots to build this ADU. Did I get that right? Elizabeth?
Sort of. And I think that's what Jeff was asking. At the way it's drafted, that applies to residential single unit to duplex conversions. So it's a really specific situation. It's possible to extend it to all existing residential uses. That's a clarification we'd need to make a change in the draft. So and it could have been that I missed that expansion of that particular part of the code, but the way we've drafted it right now is what you see on the slide. So apart from that residential duplex conversion, everybody else is at one space per dwelling unit. So Commissioner Rexroth, if I missed that expanding the keep what you've got, just let me know. And if the commission wants to give me feedback on that, we will make that change.
Okay, I'll go back on that note. I do remember that being a part of the conversation, but now I'm calling this out. This is the conversation that happened in the steering committee and how it came out of the steering committee. I'm not trying to sell you all on that. We had a lot of feedback. We had that same feedback coming in. We did, though, consider, particularly I had that feedback again tonight, that, there's real problems in some areas with as you add density, as you add people, particularly as occupancy goes up, that streets are going to be full. The neighbors aren't going to have a place to park their car off-street. Not pretending for a minute that isn't real. And in some areas, like around Oried and around the university particularly, at the same time, the offset to that is every place you park a car is limits the amount of space there for housing. And you think about that macro, it adds up.
Right.
So we tried to find something that struck a balance.
Right. No, Commissioner Rexroth, so I know the city's talked about a parking plan or something. Is that the right terminology?
Mm-hmm.
So in this scenario, let's say you have university housing, lots of duplexes, lots of cars. Would the city have some kind of a parking area where people would park instead of on the street? Is that what we're thinking?
There's some work being done on a permitting, or is it permitting or voucher permitting system that might give some guidance to what can and can't happen.
Yeah, I don't have all the details. This is not going through planning. But in the transit and parking office, they're working at doing on-street permitting systems in neighborhoods, and they're getting ready to do some pilot testing and projects on that one for maybe a couple years out. But that's been discussed at the steering committee a couple of times about what would that process do, how does that even interface with this code. But that is something that parking and transit is looking at as coming up as a future pilot project, would be neighborhood parking permits.
What would that look like, Jeff? I mean, do we have any idea? I have a duplex. There's 4 kids living in there. I mean, we have 4 cars. That's 4 permits? Is that?
I don't know. It's
Not defined yet.
Yeah, it has any number of different iterations that you could think of with that one. It could be, first come, first serve. It could be you have to pay for the permits. There's any number of things there.
But who keeps track of it to make sure it's not oversold?
Who enforces?
There's all kinds of operational considerations.
I think the concerns we're getting is that that's almost something that we have to have in concert with what we're doing here. Because if we all of a sudden say we're going to just have one parking unit per dwelling unit, where are the cars going to go? And we have to, there are going to be cars. Where are they going to go? And I think it's important that they both kind of happen at the same time. We have something.
And Prashant, that's a great, it was an important part of the conversation. It was recognition that there's several systems that
Right.
no parking, and that's where we started. No parking requirements at all anywhere. Requirement, not a mandate, but just no requirement at all.
Right.
And we thought, this voucher system's doesn't exist yet, much less not mature. Bus systems, biking capability, multimodal in Lawrence just isn't mature to the degree that would support this quick move that might help force the culture change in town.
Yeah,
so we thought, well, what can we do that accommodates both sides of that? And that's what got us to the one per dwelling as opposed to one per bedroom. It's just somewhere in between.
Right.
And maintain what's existing. I need to go back.
And maintain what's existing.
Well, so that wasn't captured, so I need to make sure that that was captured. Now, we can do whatever we want to with that. We can say that here if we want to. That's what I remember coming out of Sturcon.
I mean, just being in a university town and a fairly affluent university for talking about the average student. Those that come from outside Lawrence are going to bring a car. We're not going to change that. Lawrence is not we're not New York City, we're not Boston, we don't have subways, we don't have, as you said, a mature mass transit system. Students, maybe they come here and they're in a dorm to begin with. There's plenty of parking there, and as Jeff said, that's all handled separately anyway, because it's on university property. As they move out to an apartment, to a house now that we might be expanding, instead of 4 people, there's 5 people or 6 people in it, not related, all going to have their own car. We can't expect that to just go to the streets, particularly in the existing neighborhoods.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Has anybody talked with fire and medical the way Dr. Robinson suggested it would be a good thing to do? Yes?
Yeah, we've throughout the process, fire and medical's been a part of this and had the conversations throughout. We've talked with them, we've talked with traffic engineering, we've talked with the MSO engineers. They've been with us the entire time we've been having these conversations.
And do they see any do they have recommendations for safety and those kinds of issues?
They want to make sure they can get the trucks down the street, and so there might be some streets that need to have different signage where you park on one side but not the other, but they didn't foresee any issues immediately that gave them any significant pause.
So it would be on a street-by-street basis, they would just kind of take care of it as it happens?
Which is currently what is done right now. So if you look at some streets in town, you'll see there's signs on one side that say no parking, and then another side, you can park on that one because the width of the street's probably a little bit different. But as you get to different parts, the streets expand a little bit, so parking on both sides isn't a negative. And, this is also a conversation the Multimodal Transportation Commission has had, as you've heard in public comment tonight. Parking on the street does have the effect of slowing down the traffic and does have the effect of making it safer potentially. And so it's something that engineering and MMTC have looked at over the years of seeing what does that really and kind of what does that effect do. But again, key concern we have is, can you get an ambulance? Can you get a fire apparatus down that street? And if we can't, then we'll figure out a way to make sure we can.
But isn't part of figuring out the way to make sure you can going to be taking up some parking spots by allowing it, so if you're parking on both sides of the street now, but fire and medical, the making it happen for fire and medical means that you're only parking on one side of the street. Now all of a sudden you have a whole block or two where you're not parking on that side of the street.
Doesn't that already exist today, though?
It does, yes. And that's a,
It's a new condition, right?
Well, no, but I'm just saying it will take up the parking spots we currently have. It's not a new thing to do it, but I'm just saying if we're really relying on an existing amount of parking spots, and then we're gonna say, but we're not gonna build more of them, and if parking becomes a problem, then we're gonna take more of them away to make sure fire and ambulance can get down the road, then we're just taking away more parking.
All I'm saying is, if I understand you correctly, the condition where fire medical would need parking only on one side, that exists today. If they need that room, their parking is only allowed on one side today. So we wouldn't be removing any parking for that. That already exists. We would be potentially adding cars that would want to compete for that one side of the street.
Yeah.
But the other side of the street, if the fire medical needs it for passage, then they would need it now.
I guess I'm thinking about future builds.
But if the increased density brings increased cars, there may be more streets with only parking on one side.
That was my thought, but.
How much is that going to be affected by redevelopment? Like, that's the question I would have, you know. I don't know that the new code will just automatically increase cars in each neighborhood that's already existing, you know, in new development for sure, right? If there's an opportunity to change that and have these minimums in those neighborhoods, that could require some, you know, thinking about. But I think in existing neighborhoods, we're already seeing the effects of increased students. I mean, a majority of students at the university are recruited out of Chicago, I think was the highest number of people coming to our community for the university. So they're going to bring cars like, you know, he said, but to Commissioner Kelso's point is like, you know, as we increase these new builds and redevelopments in areas with greenfill or, you know, infill, then we do have to consider the parking that is part of the build, in my opinion.
If I could just lob another thought out there, taking a more of a 10,000-foot view, we are never going to get to a buildable, a walkable, bikeable, multi-transit city if we keep building for cars, if we keep going back to prioritizing the cars. Now, I know students are going to wait. If not now, when are we going to make this step?
In the Midwest, the answer is never.
And I
hate saying
Yeah,
we aren't a multi-million person city that has those things built into it. In the Midwest, it's not going to happen.
And I'm a little more optimistic than that.
I would
Commissioner
say,
Kelso.
what William said earlier, if you build parking spaces, you're going to have cars. If you do not build parking spaces, not tomorrow or next year, but that 10,000, 100,000 foot look, you are going to have walkable neighborhoods with a mixed use in those neighborhoods, but it will be painful to get there for some people. But if we do not start someplace, we will never get there.
It also speaks to affordability.
Yes.
We want walkable, we want bikeable, multi-transit, and we want affordable. It costs a lot.
If that $5,000 per parking space is accurate, and I'm not even going to look over to see if that is accurate, I just presumed it was.
It's probably close.
There you go. You're going to have 2 parking spaces. There's $10,000 that are lopped off instantly, perhaps. But philosophically, and I struggle with it, I can tell you, but if we do not start someplace, we will never get there. And there is a lot of work. Kurt, I actually went out and went through the new bus station and saw everything that's going on out there, and the bike lanes that are being put in, and the multimodal transportation outlook does lean toward diminishing places for cars. And if we do that, people are going to build to take care of that.
It allows for it and enables it, for sure.
Yes.
This is not a restriction on parking. right? It's the lack of a requirement to have it. You can still have it if it makes sense for where you are, if the market force is driving that. The other thing we said, though, and I didn't call it out, was we said that on any new development, no parking requirement. Right? Just flat out, if it's greenfield, if it's new development, no parking requirement at all, just let that neighborhood be built the way they intended to be built. And Sharon, I'm with you. You and I know, we exchange photos sometimes on vacation at places we've gone that have developed bikeways, developed multimodal. And Mike, yeah, clearly in a larger city, that's going to be easier to get done and probably more money to get it done. But I tell you, I've seen it in some small towns where it works pretty darn good.
I do not want to have my residents in University Place knowing that a fourplex is going up, or Orient it's going up, and that there are no parking spaces. There aren't parking spaces there now. And to add to it, so a one size in Lawrence, I would say, does not fit all. That there are places that you can't park there now anyway.
And we have asked in the past, I think, we've asked Elizabeth to look into, to look at some peer cities that are also university cities, because there are some unique complications to being in a university town. So I don't know if you found any unique structures in their code that speak to university cities.
So we just finished that study, and we're writing up the information, and I'll share it with Becky and Jeff to email out to everybody to take a look at. And if it informs any of this conversation as we go forward, you guys can use case studies for that. It's also something we're going to share with the public.
Do you believe that Steerco's compromise of the one per DU is like a step towards what Commissioner Ashworth is looking for with multimodal and like getting away from catering to cars, but it's the baby step that we need rather than the lop off at the legs?
Yeah, yes, that's a part of the thinking, of course, but it was that compromise between, we're just going to take all parking requirements away, recognizing that as a community, we weren't mature enough to handle that just like that. But to say, let's take a step in that direction and have a requirement per dwelling unit with a couple of other conditions to limit damage. And then, and almost everyone we talked to said, and let's continue to review. Right, as you get a year or two down the road, let's continue to review and see if it's time to relax that even more. Yes, so yeah, that was the thinking.
Because that's my thought, like looking at this is like, I don't know that we're solving this overnight, but to your point, we should be looking to the future. And so, as we know, this is a living document, so if we can find a minimal middle ground, or like some form of a middle ground where we're not completely one-sided either way, but that we then kind of look at this as, okay, in a couple of years, we review the results of what we've put forth and make adjustments as necessary. Because text amendments can happen. You know, I mean, from what I've understood in 06, 100 of them happened in the first 2 years or something. Not really, but a bunch, like maybe. You know, so not that we want to come back to the drawing board every time something gets crazy, but I don't think we can find perfection. I think we have to find what seems reasonable as a way to move towards that goal and start there.
And it might be commensurate with, as we build out our multimodal.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Commissioner Rexroad, does your, what you have proposed from the steering committee, does that mean that a duplex conversion or an ADU would each add a parking spot?
Each dwelling unit would require an off-street, unobstructed parking spot.
Okay.
And that's a key differentiation, that unobstructed was something that we didn't want to create a scenario. I know you want to build conflict out of our code, right? It just is to imagine a scenario where they would rent an ADU to someone else, but they'd be parked behind them, effectively making that parking spot, well, a checkbox more than really something functional. That'd be an unobstructed parking spot off street.
And did that become a point of conflict with the non-required dumpsters?
Well, it's possible. It's possible. I think we need to take that one up on its own merit,
Okay.
though.
But I can see how it might be a point of contention.
Yeah.
And I do think it needs to be taken up on its own merit, but all of the things that are going to be diminishing the parking need to be considered when we're considering this, right? So, I mean, it stands on its own, but the decision on that does kind of affect this, because I think it's wonderful to move towards a more walkable, I love the idea of this, but then on the other hand, we've spent the last several months just completely upping density and occupancy and taking away, going from 3 to, I didn't even understand all the number systems and the math we were doing on Monday, and right, to get to where there are going to be a lot of people on a piece of property, and I am not particularly comfortable sitting here thinking, well, I don't want to be living in University Place right now. I mean, like, that doesn't answer the question for me. Like my question here is, if I lived in University Place and other neighborhoods, how would I be feeling? What is the realistic aspect of the harm that's being done to people who live there, and how can it be balanced? Because there's always going to be some, but we just keep going up on one end and down on the other, and that, to me, we haven't struck quite the right balance, or I haven't heard maybe this is the right balance, but I haven't been convinced that this is the right balance on that, when this actually affects the residents who currently live here and have families and homes here, and that's just something I'm really struggling with right now.
Well, I was just going to say, just to make a point, I do live in University Place neighborhood, and so just to let you know, and I am advocating for the reduced parking.
Yeah.
Are you also advocating for keeping the parking as is? Like
That I'm not sure where that's coming from, that adding.
What did Steerco feel about that? Like, keep the existing parking, or what?
About retaining the existing? There wasn't a lot of comment about that, honestly.
I see.
I think it was just accepted as, okay, that kind of makes some sense. But again, I've slept since then. I probably ought to go back and watch it, particularly if Elizabeth didn't record that. I was looking for the exchange that I had where we wrote that draft. For whatever reason, I can't put my finger on it right now, but my memory was it was those elements. It was one per dwelling. You kept existing. Because we actually talked about a couple of scenarios. What if you got a 4-car garage and you add an ADU? Well, you got to add a...
So the one per dwelling was for existing, not for new development? Because new development, you said there's no minimum parking, right?
On new development.
There's no...
Did I say new development? I'm sorry.
No, so the one per dwelling unit, what does that apply to? Is that existing, or is that...
That's existing. That's if
Oh,
you...
so you're reducing parking for existing?
Well, we're not reducing, we're removing the requirement.
Removing the requirement, okay, I see.
To go from, right now, it's 1 per bedroom.
Right.
And we're changing that to 1 per
unit.
what we
And that
talked
would
about,
be for
1 per dwelling.
infill
And existing.
And if somebody duplexes a single-family home in particular, or builds an ADU, right, their requirement would be 1 and 1.
Right, right.
Off-street, unobstructed. No limitation on commercial, no limit with the provision of where it abuts residential. Because we recognize that if we removed parking requirements at all from commercial, it'd be easy to just let that spill into the neighborhood. So we said, no, if you abut residential, you have to follow these rules for that.
I have a question on how some of these requirements interact, and this is probably for Elizabeth, although Commissioner Rexroad, you might have perspective. So am I reading this correctly, that for a lot of these residential settings, the minimum parking allowed or required is 1 space per dwelling unit, but then the maximum parking allowed is 2 spaces per dwelling unit? Is that correct?
Yes. But hold on, let me get the draft up here. Yep, so the idea was, again, to move away from overparking. So let me, okay, I'm going to switch screens and pull up the draft so everyone can see what you're talking about, Commissioner Mudge. So everyone can see the amazing maximum parking standards, and we can definitely talk about these. Did I just pull up the wrong screen?
No, that's it.
You can see that, okay. Okay, so let me close this and make it bigger. So We, when we did the draft, we took out the minimum parking and we put in maximum parking, and we left a box so an applicant could decide they wanted to put parking in, they just weren't required to. But we put a cap on it, so, or, box had a ceiling, house had a ceiling, and they can't put more than this amount of parking on site. And so the goal is to try to limit turning just about everything on the site into parking, and that's what the maximum does. So that's the discussion. That's the draft right now. Like everything else, open for discussion. I don't know if you were following up with a question on that or just observing it as pretty tight.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I just wanted to confirm that that was as intended, and I guess that's the case. Because I'm having a hard time understanding the logic of it, that if you have somebody that comes in and builds a 4-bedroom dwelling, that you're going to say that that's great, but you can only have 2 parking spots? Even if you have space and you
can have all the spots you want.
Well, not if there's a parking maximum.
It's a maximum.
There's a maximum.
Yeah, there's a parking maximum. So the idea is, based on some of the conversations we were having, that the more you put that parking on the lot, particularly in residential, the more you're impacting the surrounding lots, right? Because now you're a house and a lot of cars. And so I guess in theory, you can put it in and keep it on your lot and still have the setbacks. But the idea was, again, to move away from we're taking care of all of the cars to, you know what, we're taking care of some of the cars, and whoever lives there can work it out.
Yeah, I guess I'd have serious concerns about how that would play out. To use the University Place example, you have somebody who comes in and wants to redevelop a lot or two down there. They go through the notice requirements, they notify their neighbors, and they say, hey, this is what we're planning to do. Neighbors say, hey, we have really important concerns about parking. We'd like to see you address this. And they'd say, love to. We can only have 2 spots. You're out of luck. We're going to externalize our problem and our residents' problem to the broader neighborhood, and this is just something that you're going to have to deal with. That doesn't seem... it just doesn't seem useful.
I hear you. I hear you. The flip side of that argument is we're making so much space for cars on these lots, we're getting in the way of housing.
Yeah.
So I hear exactly what you're saying. And so we're trying to find what's the right balance. So what I hear you saying is max of 2 is not the right balance. But I also hear the group saying is, trying to do this as a one-size-fits-all might not be correct. So maybe this is a place where there's a different set of standards for existing neighborhoods, like we did with the minimum requirement, and this is the maximum for new development. This is such a great conversation to have when everyone's awake at 10 till 10. Yeah. So where do you want to go with it?
Elizabeth, I'm still interested in the differences between dormitory, fraternity, and sorority. And on both the minimum uses, and minimum parking and the maximum parking. I still don't understand why those aren't the same.
I think Jeff walked us through that last time. Am I most remembering that?
Occupancy question I had. But parking, do we know that there are fewer people who come to dormitories who have cars? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, the distinction there is likely carried forward from the current code, where we switch the minimums to maximums for the most part, but we can make them both 0.75 or make them both 0.8. Looks like we use 0.75 per bedroom for congregate living also. This is where I make my obligatory statement that parking maximums and minimums are more art than science, despite what parking engineers will tell you. We work from standards that were, developed for suburban communities in the 60s when we thought the cars were the future for everything. And so we, make adjustments as we learn from transportation planners that adjustments are appropriate. But, this clearly, we can make it the same. So Commissioner Eldridge has one less thing to look at and go, what were they thinking? But, the rest of this, when I say it's open for discussion and lived experience, it is.
Yeah.
We're doing our best to get close, and you guys have the experience on the ground, so can tell us where you want to go with it.
But to further Commissioner Eldridge's comments about fraternity or sorority, we're saying 0.8 parking spots per bed. But yet if we have a house that has 4 bedrooms and maybe 8 people, you're saying 1 parking spot per house. That it's not even close at that point. Because
So I think
we
don't want to do a one-to-one comparison. Let's take each one and do, what we think is going to be appropriate for it, because a group living setting usually has different parking than a single-family unit does.
In a non-university city, I would say yes. In a university city where there's so many shared living arrangements where you've got multiple people that each have their own car, they are somewhat similar, even just it's the scale that's different. So in a fraternity, you've got 75 men living there, and you're saying at 0.8 cars per bed, that's 56, I think, cars allowed. But you're saying for a house that maybe has, say, 6 people in it, 1.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I'm gonna switch us out to a slide that doesn't answer your question, so hopefully it won't be completely crazy making. Hang on a sec. So one of the things we try to do with parking is ground ourselves in kind of Lawrence's reality. And I realize that you were asking a question about dorms and fraternities, and I have an answer about rental units. So one of the things that we hear consistently in Lawrence is that everybody has a car. And the American Community Survey, which we talked about on Monday night, says that's not necessarily the case. And so 68% of your renter dwellings in Lawrence have 1 car or less. I will go see if I can hunt down a number for fraternities, sororities, and dorms that tells us where our reality is. One of the things that's hard to do in a code is come to it and say, I know from the dorm I live next to that this is the experience and I'm extrapolating it out. And I recognize that you guys see a lot come across the dais. I would ask for time for us to go back and double check on the congregate living, dorm, and fraternity and sorority before we start upping these numbers.
I don't know that they need to be upped, but I think they need to be consistent. And I think it would be better if the minimums weren't greater than the maximums.
Hang on a second, I'm putting a note in.
So this is not a restriction. It's not a restriction. You can still, I need to form my thought, I'm sorry. Trying to get at a path forward, and what I'm questioning is if we raise the maximum, acknowledging density in some way, does that let us go forward with still as a minimum requirement, just 1 per dwelling unit? Right, 'cause we're not, right now there's a maximum table, and I should have been thinking about that maximum table. If we raise the maximums that allow for more, but still have only a requirement of the 1, Does that get us there?
And it gets me closer, I'll be honest. I think the maximum, for our particular community, I struggle with having a maximum right out of the gate. I'm not saying, like, we talked about how we want to like kind of roll this out maybe a little bit slowly and whatnot, but yet we're not really kind of then doing that, right? We're saying a maximum of only 2. So I think I struggle with a maximum in that way. So it would help with that. I still struggle a little bit with the minimum. I mean, this conversation has been going on in the wider public and the steering committee, so I'm not saying that like my opinion matters, but I do struggle a little bit with the minimum parking for where we're at right now. I personally would love to see us move to more mass transit. I think we have it in our plan. I hope to see that we're doing it. We're building some infrastructure to do it. As somebody who has taken the bus to and from work for several years in this town, and also tried to go to the grocery store with, it's not easy. It adds hours to your commute. It is not easy to get that done. And so I just wonder, are we adding burdens to people's lives that, we're not structurally ready to handle yet? And I get that you thought of that, and that's why you kind of came to this. And I'm just wondering, is this enough for those people who this would actually affect? I mean, I'm sure our bus system might have grown a bit and be more robust in the last few years, but when I was using it, it was not something where I would want to not be able to have a car and rely on it to that extent.
There's not a maximum parking for residential in today's code, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so there still is. And this was something, that steering committee didn't get to. And hang on one sec, I'm going to pull it up.
Yeah.
So this is,
Under current code, there is you have a range that you have to be within, somewhere between 90 and 110, and what your uses are there. So you can go up a little, you can go down a little, but it does have that iteration of you got to be within a certain range for parking.
Is the range this narrow, I guess, would be part of my question, right? Like, I don't mind a range. Range doesn't bother me. A maximum and a minimum doesn't bother me. I'm just kind of worried about the actual number that's set and the range that is in the newer version.
Well, the range is in the current land development code. So it's not in the draft code, it's in the current land development code. So we use the range currently, and the range is all hinged upon how big your building is. So your range could be decimal points. If you only need 6 spaces, you're only talking about moving fractionally up one or down the other. But then if you go to like a box store, you may, 110, maybe 30 spaces, and may go down to set 40 spaces. It just depends on what that ranging is in there. So what we have today works like a maximum and a minimum based upon your size and your surface area that you have. And I will tell you from experience on working those is that sometimes those ranges don't do you any favors, because if you only need 10 and you're talking about a range of 1, that may not work, because somebody doesn't want 9 spaces. They would rather have 2 because they know their clientele and they don't want to have to pay for the other 8. So it's give and take on the way that it's currently set for that, under the current code, I should say.
If I could make a brief point about somebody who lives in one of these neighborhoods that is inundated, to Commissioner Thomas's observation, it's true. There's no place to park there now. So I think we're using the wrong tool to get at that issue. Having regardless of what the parking requirements are, I'm not going to be able to park on my street. It's 7 a.m. It's filled with students coming from outside the neighborhood, parking on the street. These minimums and maximums are not going to change that. If we said, oh yeah, any new building can have 4 parking places, they're still not going to be able to park on the street. So it's the wrong tool. We need another tool to deal with those neighborhoods. So I am firmly in favor of the compromise that the steering committee came up with 1 per dwelling unit. That gives us some room, but I don't want to see the maximum increased, because we will never get to a place where we are having a multimodal transportation, walkable, safe city, and affordable. We want to go back to being affordable. That's some one of the overarching criteria that we're trying to build into this is affordability. And so this is, talking about this parking issues is not going to solve neighborhood issues next to the university. We need another tool.
I agree with that, but I think what we have to also consider is that not everything in the city, like down by the university, is a representation of the entire community. And so, to Commissioner Munch's concern is that we, and maybe one of the speakers that spoke earlier, who's Lawrence Memorial Hospital, he spoke about, trying to bring people in. If they want to build a home on an R1 that has, 4 parking spots because of whatever, I find that pretty restrictive if they can say, no, you can only have 2. Now, I understand what you're saying about around the university. I'm just trying to think, like, what are the offsets for having the more well-rounded, aspects of the neighborhood that I think 2040 does call for. It's not all centered around the university specifically. That would be my concern.
Well, to speak to your point about some of these neighborhoods that you're talking about with, they may build a bigger house, so they need 4 parking lots. Most of those places are on-site. I mean, they have parking on-site. They build big driveways and big garages.
Yep.
So they're not really parking off-street.
Sure.
So,
You got a point.
yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Commissioner Ashworth, I wonder how you feel. I heard everything you said. I genuinely agree with you. I am concerned about the maximums, and it's only in areas where we've already got this congestion. There's a whole lot of Lawrence that won't be affected by this in the same way. Is there any room in how you think about maximums that would let us consider occupancy? So if you've got a 4-plex, that may actually be called out here. Trying to think about that scenario where, because our occupancy numbers have gone up, that there might be a need to build more parking. How would you feel about the same thing that we apply to fraternities and sororities of 0.8 spots? They say per bed, I'd say per bedroom.
What, about the 0.8? Well, I don't know about parking formulas and whatnot, but I think that has something to do with the fact that they're sort of in and out of parking all the time. So it's a shared parking lot.
Yeah.
So part of the formula is not that you need 1 spot per bedroom, it's just because they're moving around so much and you're looking at shared parking places. You just don't need to have every single parking slot available.
Yeah.
At every time, at every moment of the day. So I think that's part of the formula. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, Elizabeth.
No, I think that is correct for a group living situation like that.
I was trying to think about Commissioner Munch's scenario. I've got a 4-bedroom house, and I'm going to build a 4-bedroom house. You tell me I can only have 2 cars.
I think I might have an answer to both Commissioner Crawford and Commissioner Munch's aspect on this one. And if you look at 20-1209, it is an adjustment to the maximum parking allowance that is in the parking section there. And so there is an avenue in the draft code to to adjust the maximum parking allowance. And it gives the stipulations and the process to do that. So it's not that you can't hit the mark and not go on. And if you hit the mark, you meet the standards here in the section, and then there is that avenue out to exceed the allowance.
What's the process for that to happen?
Jeff has to say yes.
Do we write director?
No, it's already.
You give your firstborn child and.
It's already in there.
Yeah,
At the discretion of the director with three specific things. If you look at.
So there's the code provides for an ability to increase the maximum.
Half the people that live in University Place, half the houses there are owned by people who don't live there. There is no incentive when I am an absentee owner. Well, there could be incentive, I guess. But, I mean, it's a unique place. It's unique because Sharon lives there.
This adjustment
Well, so
available, this is if an applicant submits a parking demand study,
Yes.
I think,
That's a thing.
Pretty high.
oh, well, I recognize it.
We did not make that up. It's a thing.
I'm glad that's a thing. I'm glad I live in a world where there are parking consultants, but I'm just thinking about, again, that might be one kind of ask for a developer. It's a different kind of ask for somebody that's doing a one-off project. You know, that's just that's a lot.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's the discussion about raising the maximum in some areas. And if we go back to the students parking in University Place, is the tool for that the city's on-street parking permit program? Because they won't have permits to park there.
That's one possibility. There may be others.
Yeah.
What is the consensus about changing parking requirements before we have parking permits? Is that something that we're thinking about doing, or are we going to get parking permits in place so that we can say if you're a student, you don't get one?
I think that's part of my problem is like it's like a cart and the horse kind of issue with some of this is like, I think I want us to move forward this way, but what do we do in that meantime? How do people park and how do we handle the increase in the occupancy? Because we have like dramatically increased the occupancy just by changing the rule from 3 living people to more, and then someone in the back on a detached or an ADU. I mean, we've just in the last few weeks of some of the stuff that has been talked about. I don't know if it's everything in this draft or if it's just some of the things that we're suggesting, but there's a dramatic increase in the number of occupancies. And so without some things in place to help with that, I worry about that. Not that I don't ultimately want it to be like this.
Didn't you say earlier you thought it was about 2 years downstream before that was going to take place?
That's the estimate that I was told, but again, now we're veering into the world of the city commission about, what do they want to do with the right of way and which priority project do they want to work into on that one. So, I mean, it's really the city commission's prerogative on what project moves and goes down at what speed on that one there. So just, as a reminder on that one, right-of-way isn't controlled typically by land development code. It's controlled by MSO and the processes they have for right-of-way usage. And this is, connected, but it's not quite in the same purview as you do with parking as with that one. So I know, from the commission's discussions about the steering committee and we've seen with others along the way is there is that watch on that one, but it's, I think chicken and the egg was the one that was used during the meeting on that instance there. So it's like you can't do one without the other, but if you can't, timing on both may not always coincide.
And if I could follow up what Commissioner Hayden just said.
It's after 10.
Well, that's a discussion we haven't had yet, is whether we really are going to, we haven't discussed yet the occupancy standard. We haven't discussed the 5 versus 3. That's a discussion to happen. And also, I think if I'm going to beat this dead horse, is again the enforcement issue. When we talk about a parking permit system or possibly another tool, is the parking restrictions that exist now are not enforced. I mean, there's been a whole listserv discussion on the neighborhood about, now that the students are back, they're all parking where it says no parking, all up and down, and there's no way to get them ticketed to discourage that at this point. So it's enforcement, once again, is an issue and is why the neighborhoods are a little bit doubtful about those permit systems. Like I said, maybe there's another tool. That's why we have parking consultants to work with people on that. Maybe there's something else out there.
And I think if we have the discussion on the occupancy and it that affects my thoughts and not on this 100%. Like I like this, but if you put the two together, I get nervous for where we're at right now. It's not one or the other. It's the combo.
I think listen to this. I think I hear 4 distinct questions. I just want to offer this as a path forward for us. First question is, which we haven't talked much about at all, does anyone have any objection to no parking requirements for commercial, industrial, where it's away from residential? Is there any dissent on that? Yeah,
So that's no minimum.
no minimum.
What I am noticing in this table, though, is there's no limits for maximum on some of these, and I'm wondering why that is.
Because of Christmas.
We really shouldn't build for one day or 1 week or whatever.
But if that commercial entity owns that land already and it's zoned commercial, it's not going to be residential, it's not going to be densely populated. They can control what parking they put in there.
But why would we want to cover everything with asphalt and concrete?
And impervious.
Because that commercial entity requires, as part of their policy for locating here and paying our sales taxes.
There are some of those things that are real, like whenever, like Home Depot came to Lawrence, I owned a shop right across the street, and they had to do site surveys and redo all sorts of stuff in order to determine whether or not the building they were building, regardless of city rules, had enough spots for them to even come into Lawrence.
For their model.
For their model, period. Like, they were like, we won't come if we can't do this.
Just so the commission knows, there are maximums on commercial in the proposed code currently.
Oh, well, so I'm looking at this table 2012-3, and I'm looking at industrial sales, laundry service, manufacturing, research and development, makerspace, industrial, manufacturing, recycling centers, that are all no limits.
Yep, most of those are the industrial use categories that you'd end up seeing in there, but if you go in and for like having a commercial conversation, what you'd end up running into would be your general retail, your personal convenience, personal services, repair services, equipment repair. Most of the ones that don't have the limits are actually more of your what you would see coming into your industrial side of the use table. So.
Okay. So I'm seeing now general retail, there is an upper limit
Yes.
to that.
And
Okay.
so this works very similar to how the current land development code works too. Parking is predicated on the use, not predicated on the thing. So in this case, what it would be is if you've got, 1,000 gross floor construction, sales, and service, you need to provide 2. Or if you have,
So the shopping mall and the Target would have a maximum.
correct, because under general, that would be general retail, they would run into that use
Okay.
category.
One of the phrases that people keep bringing up are unintended consequences. So even knowing that companies are going to look at Lawrence and say, we're not going to come here if a large company, say a Costco, where it says you can only have this many parking spaces, is an unintended consequence that they may not come to Lawrence. Well, maybe Lawrence doesn't want a Costco. Maybe Lawrence doesn't want a Sam's. But there are unintended consequences of whatever we do that we won't know about it until it jumps up and bites us on the rear end.
And that's why the director has some discretion.
So go back to the
Thank you,
question.
Jackie.
We have general consensus that,
What is it, stated again?
we have general consensus that on commercial, that's away from residential, would have no minimum parking requirement. There would be maximums, but no minimums. So is there general consensus that on new residential, that there would be no minimum parking requirement? Because it's new, you build and design for what your market says they want. Is there general consensus on residential infill redevelopment on 1 per dwelling unit?
Minimum?
Unobstructed.
The next question is on residential maximum. On just just a question of minimum for residential infill or redevelopment, changing from 1 per bedroom to 1 per dwelling unit.
Unobstructed.
Off-street,
And unobstructed?
unobstructed, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. From 1 bedroom to 1 per dwelling unit?
From 1 per bedroom to 1 per dwelling. 1 per bedroom's in the code today. In the existing code, the new code asks for no restrictions. The 1 per dwelling was the compromise position. Again, it's a minimum. You can have more than that, but that's a minimum. We'll talk about the more than that here in just a second. That's the next one.
That's also why University Place is full. A bedroom will have more than one person in it, and more than one on the couch, and none of those are governed. And so, whether we like Mike or not,
Wow, that got personal.
I think there is truth to what he's saying. In the Midwest, in Lawrence, Kansas, in Manhattan, Kansas, people are bringing their cars. And it is, at this point, unenforceable, or it is not enforced on how many people are living in a residence.
Yeah.
No matter whether we say it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
So there's a suggestion out there of one per dwelling unit. We'll talk about the maximum again as the fourth question, but so if there's concern about that, what is the recommendation then?
Well, I think part of the problem is that we haven't decided on the occupant. Like, I might be fine with one per dwelling unit, like depending on what we do with the occupancy. But the more we up the occupancy of a unit, then the more that matters to me whether we're talking about one parking per unit or one per bedroom, right? Because if there's only 4 people in a house, then I think the balance might be okay. But if all of a sudden we're saying on this property there are now 10 people living here, then I have more concerns about the one parking spot. That's really kind of.
Does the one per one, again, that's the minimum, one, they could have, we'll talk about the more than that.
Yeah.
In that scenario where there's 10. Does that become a decision that the people moving in there, is going to be part of the decision they make whether they're going to move in there or not, if they have a place to park their car? Is it going to be a decision that the owner of the property would make, saying, hey, I need to build more parking because I'm going to rent to 10 people and I need to provide for that, or I won't be able to rent my place?
But they can't do that if there's a maximum.
What's that?
They can't do that if
Okay,
there's a maximum.
we're going to get to the maximum.
I know.
Yeah. And maybe the two have to come, maybe the minimum and the maximum have to be discussed together.
I think part of it is, yes, okay, let the market decide. So if 10 people can live here, allow 10 college students to decide if they want to live there, even if there's only one parking spot. But it's the effect on the other people who already live there and own homes there. Like, I'm less concerned about the effect on the student, just on like the student quick turnover type of renter perhaps, as I am on 10 people are living in this property. 10 college students brought 10 cars from Chicago, and now all of a sudden we have 10 cars here in this situation, versus if we had 4 because the occupancy level is at 4.
What if we said there was a minimum, hear you, agree, understand, what if we said the minimum was 1 per dwelling unit, off-street unobstructed? The maximum was what the code is today, and that's 1 per bedroom. We allow that to exist as we're making this transition, but we don't require it. That could still mean, though, that someone could build that house that Mike's described. It's, students are hanging out the windows. It's just so full, and they would only be required to have 1.
Unobstructed, people who live together in an apartment work that out among themselves.
Yep.
Get your sorry rear end up. Go move your car. I'm getting out. Or all the keys are hanging here. So unobstructed is not a big factor in my thinking.
We talked a little bit about that too, and I could go either way, honestly, Charlie, because I think that's the reality for most of it. It was, though, in the mind of some, a way to guarantee that we had more parking off-street for those things to happen.
Yeah.
Because if you just couldn't get in and out, you're going to park off-street anyway to solve it. So it was a way to try to force cars off the street and into.
Yeah.
But it's a minimum 1, so it's just,
Yeah. So increasing the max doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just allows that it could.
And the max wouldn't be unobstructed, required unobstructed.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay.
I have to say that, I'm still not convinced on the minimum because of the density issue that we're talking about. But I do like the proposal that you've made for the maximum better than just 2, right? But like connecting it to the structure, like connecting the maximum not required, but just the maximum is connected somehow to what that unit looks like. So if you think the market will allow 10 parking spots and you do that for 20 people.
And it's what exists today, right? Right, so,
But that would just, we haven't gotten to the maximum, but I think
Yeah,
that's a
but-
kind of a nice suggestion for that. But I'd love to hear what other people think about that balance I'm trying to make with jumping the occupants. We haven't decided, but increasing the occupancy like that we've been talking about for the last couple weeks, and then keeping the parking at 1. Anyone else concerned about that balance?
There is the philosophical, go ahead.
There you go.
There is the philosophical that I will say, we need to diminish the cars that are here. We need to have walkable neighborhoods. It will benefit all of us in many, many ways, philosophically. Practically, in a Lawrence, Kansas that is 150 years old or 170 years old now, that was built in any number of ways, do not readily conform in older neighborhoods to making it work. But if we don't start someplace, it will never work. Never.
And that's why I like the compromise of the 1 per dwelling unit. It's not the, 0 minimum, it's 1. And I think it's the step in the right direction coupled with the maximum being 1 per bedroom.
Yeah, I don't know about 1 per bedroom. Some of the congregate housing situations here.
Oh, it's like 0.8.
Elizabeth has 0.8 or
Yeah.
0.75. I think having less than 1 per bedroom is a good idea. Because I think that really emphasizes the point that your group living, you're going to have to group park.
Sure.
And I like
I like that.
in terms of,
yeah.
I could be
I like
swayed that way.
Well, I like that too. What I would say, though, is that taking what used to be the minimum required parking spots and making it now the maximum allowed parking spots kind of gets at that in a way. It pushes it that direction.
yeah. But I think maybe both things would help.
So, yeah.
I was just going to say, I think the compromise on the minimum, but I'm going to hold firm on that. And I know I'm in the minority opinion on this, but I'm going to hold firm on that to maximum, just because, as Commissioner Thomas said, we'll never get there if we don't start. And I just think that for the situations we keep facing, that's just the wrong tool. We need another tool to deal with that. And it's not this. So I'm gonna stick with the,
I hear you.
that I prefer the maximum as it is
I-
put in here. And that's
you.
just gonna be my opinion.
Commissioner
Wow.
Chelsea, does the change from 1 bedroom minimum to 1 bedroom maximum, does that work for you when you think about the changes in occupancy? Does that
You mean keeping it 1,
ease a concern for
the
you?
minimum being 1 per dwelling unit and the maximum increasing a little bit?
Maximum increasing
To 1 per
proportionate
bedroom.
to the bedrooms,
Yeah.
yeah. Which should go to occupancy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is such a big question, and many, many people have weighed in on it over time, so I'm not thinking I need to hold this up, and I think I'm in the minority, maybe if I wanted to see a little bit more density, and I'm okay with 1 per dwelling unit. I just get nervous when we up the occupancy like we are, but I want to strike the balance so where we start to begin to push us towards less parking spaces, more of the walkability. I just don't want to do it in a way that hampers people's lives.
Let me ask Jeff a question. So Jeff, in the real world, right, when a developer is considering a project, are they looking at the minimums, or are they, generally speaking, are they going to just do what's the minimum required? So if we say minimum is 1, maximum is whatever, what's going to happen typically?
In residential construction, it will vary, quite honestly. It'll just really depend upon the property in play and what the clientele they're looking to serve. So, excuse me, in projects I've worked with previously, you'd get, triplex and quadplex, and they would do no parking because they knew that their clientele may have a car, yes, but they knew that the rents would come down to match that because they would offer a different price point because they knew they didn't have the parking spot. So for some, that was opening up a market segment that was there. Now, when they would do the next one over, they would put parking spots on it and change the price to commiserate to go with the parking spaces. So as effective, what you'd have was, the same unit next door, but with parking, price would change on that one. So that's one way that I've seen that happen. And the other way I've seen it happen is when you set that mark at the baseline, which is kind of what our code does right now, you've instantly set a price floor. They're going to have to recoup that somewhere down the line, so you kind of inadvertently are raising that minimum rent or minimum threshold to that because they're going to have to put that cost of doing that in there. The other side of that is kind of what Commissioner Ashworth was mentioning too, is, I've had a lot of people say, I'd love to do more units, but I have to provide this much parking and I can't get more units on this space. But if I could, I would get 2 more or whatever the number is, because the people I'm renting to probably don't have a car, or they don't want a car, or they're intentionally not going to go with that as a flow. So it really depends on who's kind of being the target audience as part of the development, and also a little bit about kind of what Commissioner Hayden was mentioning is, if I'm close to a bus line, I'm probably not asking for parking. I don't want the parking. I'm intentionally not wanting that included as part of my rent because I'm never going to have a car. So it's really, you're getting down to a conversation about, does the code provide the right amount of choices and the right broadness of opportunities for people to meet where they're at for their housing needs? And so, it goes both ways. Commercial parking, which we'll come to later, I have a whole different probably conversation about, but for residential, that's typically what we've tended to see both here and other places.
So to Commissioner Ashworth's concern, it may not be as bad as you think it's going to be, just because, most people are probably just going to build the minimum required because it doesn't make sense to have more parking, or it costs more to have parking,
Well, it really gets to affordability. If we think about what's been asked of this commission before, when they say, well, we're going to try to reduce the cost of building a home, and they're asking us to reduce the street trees and reduce sidewalks. This gets at that affordability much more efficiently and effectively, and to a greater amount, is to not require the parking.
But we just have the minimum of 1.
Right.
Minimum 1, yeah.
And I think that I agree with that, but the problem is that now in the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about increasing the density, right? So I think that this is and was a good, and for the affordability purpose, I'd rather see not having parking and being able to not have that cost built in there. But then if we're upping the density all of a sudden, and we're saying, and now you can go from 3 to 5 to 8 people, that changes the factor of the people who live around there, what they would need as well, right? And so I would love to keep this the way it is and maybe have this conversation more when we're talking about the density, because, but I do think they go hand in hand. You're kind of wanting to put the burden of, and the affordability is important, right? This helps with affordability, the density helps with affordability, but both of those have impacts on other people in the neighborhood and the neighbors, basically. And so is that, between the two of them, how do we strike the balance so that we get the affordability, and then we also, we don't do anything too drastic for the neighbors, I guess is what I mean.
I share in those concerns, and I think my core concern here is increasing the maximum to, again, give the property owner and developer the flexibility to provide different types of options out there within the community and do what they want with their property within reason. That said, I am also uncomfortable with the 1 per dwelling unit compromise position. I appreciate the broad goals that we're trying to pursue. I do think that's a radical shift, and it might be, I'm just unsure, to Commissioner Thomas's point about unintended consequences where we sit tonight. I'm not sure how that's going to play out, especially when we don't have that parking plan work done. And if that was already here before us and we saw how that fit together, I might have a different view, but right now, going from 1 per bedroom to just 1 per dwelling unit, regardless of size, I'm uncomfortable with that, just considering how that might land in different neighborhoods.
So right now, it's a forced function, required one per bedroom. What we're saying, and you're saying that you don't want to give up on that, even if we allow the maximum, your point about letting people do what they want. They can build up to one per bedroom, and what we're talking about.
Yeah.
They're only required to have one.
Right. I think we definitely need to increase the maximum. I'm skeptical if having just the minimum set at one per dwelling unit. If it's currently one per bedroom, we see how that works out. Maybe there's another in between that you have 2 spots per 3 bedrooms, understanding or maybe hoping that one individual within a particular unit might not have a need for a car, et cetera, and that moves us in that direction, but not in quite the same radical.
How does it move us, though, if we don't have minimums and we increase maximums?
If the minimum is 0.75 spots per bedroom instead of 1 per bedroom, that's a 25% increase.
Instead of 0.75 per bedroom instead of 1 per dwelling.
Right. Currently, it's 1 per bedroom. So
Correct.
if we go from 1 per bedroom to 0.75 per bedroom, that's a step
that's what you're saying.
in the direction. I'm not saying that's the
As
right number or if
opposed-
that's
yeah.
feasible, but that would be more of an incremental change.
So a one-bedroom house would be allowed 0.75 spaces, you round up.
Yeah. Or just get a compact.
Where Commissioner Rexroad said he was having a little brain fog because he had slept, I don't see any reason to decide this tonight. I, on the other hand, need to sleep on this and think about this rather than try and say, whoops, here's what we're going to do. This is our consensus tonight. I would not be in favor of that.
Could we stick a pin in an outline anyway? Even if we say we're not completely firm on it, we're gonna come back?
And that would be fine, but I also wouldn't mind us having the density discussion. I don't know when we're gonna have that, but having that, and then that may very much affect my thoughts on the outline that you come up with.
When is that density discussion?
Yeah.
Well, that was tonight.
That was tonight.
Right.
Are we talking about the occupancy discussion?
Yeah, the occupancy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Should we start the next meeting with that?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we'll run out of room somewhere.
Yeah.
So that would be mid-month, Elizabeth?
That'll be mid-month.
That's an awful lot. We've put 3 things now, a big occupancy discussion, the sensitive lands, and what was the other thing we just added tonight?
But we've got the.
Commercial.
Parking,
Commercial.
We've got the Monday meeting also.
but that was going to be for the red line. So we need to have all these discussions on September 11th.
Yeah.
That's what's happening now.
Not gonna get all that.
Parking, occupancy, landscaping, and whatever it was we added tonight. I can't remember.
I'd sure like to get
It seems
something
was
done.
beyond that.
Advertise certain topics on certain meetings, and that we ought to stick with those in terms of public notice. And that we may have to find another time, an additional time, to have the occupancy discussion. Or think about moving our September meetings to October and having the occupancy in September.
What happens, Jeff,
Whatever else
if we get through September 11th and we still have stuff to talk about? Are we push the date, or what do you think happens? We have to get done by September 11th?
Well, again, City Commission set their expectations. They're going to have this on a work session in mid-October and be taking this up. They're anticipating taking this up and vote for November.
Yeah.
So they've set the timetable for you on that one.
Any chance we can go longer on September 11th?
That's a mid-month. That's pretty time limited. You're really looking at your September meetings or tonight if you want to kind of get into those.
Yeah.
Even if that is the expectation of the city commission, is there not overall expectation that we did this right the first time? And if it takes longer, it takes longer? I just.
Certainly seems that way to me.
And that question's not necessarily to Jeff, that's to everybody.
So on parking, just to try to get us to a place to close on this.
Yeah.
if you guys all agree that there's 4 basic questions, if you agree with that, the first 2, there was consensus on, so we're halfway through there. What we're down to is a question on residential infill minimum and residential infill maximum. Steerco came out with 1 per dwelling unit. That's not 100% consistent. There's not a 100% consensus across the commission on that. Is there consensus, though, on the 1 per bedroom maximum? Do we have at least consensus on that? Yeah, stick a pin in it. None of this is chiseled in stone tonight, but it anchors something for us to work on the next time we're together. We want to adjust it.
I don't think we can call it consensus, but I think there's a
Continuing point for where we pick up that discussion, not consensus.
Or I think the majority seem to be in favor of that, but I don't think we can say consensus on it because there are people who are not in favor.
I'm probably using that word incorrectly.
I think that's just what we're saying. I think
That's a majority.
Yeah.
I think the proper word is majority.
Before you guys break, I want to give you something to chew on. As you were talking through this, I pulled up our preliminary research. Both Ann Arbor and South Bend, Indiana, fully eliminated minimum parking. South Bend in 2021 and Ann Arbor in 2022, and have had no problems and have not put additional parking requirements in place. So just that piece for you to take and chew on. We did a survey asking them different questions about it, and I will get this drafted up and share. But to some of the concerns that it can't be done, I would say Ann Arbor, probably a little closer to Lawrence than South Bend is, but it is being done.
In your information you're going to provide, do you have the percentage of rental property in Ann Arbor and South Bend?
No, but I'm sure we can find that. I'll just add that to the bottom of the list.
They're both college towns, right?
Right.
They're analogous to Lawrence.
We would believe.
Well, that's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yep. Okay.
Real quick before,
Just
oh, sorry. Go
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm switching to something that's related, but not exactly to your point. So if you wanted to finish that, I don't want to interrupt you.
Nope, I'm done. Go ahead. Go.
When we were looking at 20-1209 adjustments to maximum parking allowance, we started looking at that about an hour ago, and in that it said something about unless approved by the director, and then I was continuing to read through that provision, and in 20-1209 there's an A, a B, and a C, but the C trails off. So the C,
Yeah, I believe C is the typo. I was reading at the same time you were, so I've got it and strike out in my version. Thank you.
perfect. Just wanted to make sure that that wasn't supposed to say something we needed to take into consideration.
Yeah, nope, no secret thoughts in there. You can pretend that C does not exist.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so
Yeah.
thank you, Elizabeth. And Jeff, is there any additional business?
None this evening.
Okay, and do we just want to, where we're leaving things, are there things that we should be coming prepared to the next meeting to talk about? Like what, so Gary, you had, the last thing we talked about was parking, minimums and maximums.
I'd ask us to come with that thought through and ready to make a decision on the minimum and the maximum. We've debated it pretty thoroughly. Let's stick on something. Doesn't mean it's going to change. And by the way, we're just making a recommendation. City Commission's going to make the final on it. But let's try to get that so we can get on to some of these other topics too.
Occupancy first, maybe.
I'd hate to get to there and have us not discuss some of these topics.
Right.
Yeah.
We're running out of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so we vote to adjourn. All in favor, aye?
Any other business?
Oh, yeah, you said no other business, right?
In no other business, we do need a motion and a second to adjourn.
A
So
motion,
moved.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Kurt. Jeff and Becky.
It's a complicated,
Danny.
big task. And if we have to go longer, we have to go longer. But